right, good evening, everyone. We are here for the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 100% no SRM speedrun presented by JoeCoolTwitch. My name is Chris. I'm Joe's brother. I have a passing familiarity with the speedrun. I'll be prompting some questions and discussion and providing moral support. So we can send it over to him and get started.
I am just trying to, we'll get started in a second. I'm just waiting for the game audio to get hooked up, I think. Yeah, so we're doing 100%, this is a Legend of, sorry, my name's Joe. This game,
Can you hear the game audio now?
yes.
Okay, let me know if higher or lower.
Can you do higher?
How's that?
That was good. Chris, can you say something?
Test.
All right, we're all set.
All right, go for it. Good luck.
All right, so we're about to jump into it. So I'll explain things as we go. This run is a bit of a long one, so I hope you're all excited for that. I'll be joining you for the next about 5 hours, hopefully less than 5 hours if I do it any good. All right. Just gotta make sure I'm all comfortable because I'm gonna be here for a while. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is name our file. I like to use this file name. There we go. This is Peku. It kind of looks like a fish. That's it.
Kind of.
All right. So yeah, we're ready to start time as soon as I press A. So you count down in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Thank you. Okay. So like I said earlier, kind of when I was stumbling upon my words, this is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. It is my personal favorite game. I've been speedrunning this game for about 3 years now. It's a I like it. I think it's pretty cool. There's a lot of, the category we're doing is 100%, no SRM. So 100% means we have to collect everything in the game, all the items, all the heart pieces, all the Skulltulas, etc. And no SRM means we won't be using the most recent, most OP glitch we have in this game because it kind of is not that fun for me. So that's the run. Right now we're just watching the intro. So, yeah, this is kind of the game that I first watched as a speedrun, and so I just watched it for a while on Twitch and decided I wanted to do it one day, and now we're doing it. One thing you should know is that if anyone's familiar with this game, my estimate is not very competitive with the best runners of this game. I'm kind of an intermediate runner myself, so I'm kind of here to showcase that speedrunning is not necessarily, I think a lot of times people won't see a kind of more mid-level speedrunner, and kind of, when they try to start speedrun, can kind of really get frustrated with like little failures and little things that are kind of a big deal for top-level runners, but are actually not that big a deal. So we're going to make some mistakes this run. Certainly we will, but we're also going to have some fun and kind of not worry about it too much. So we're going to start off in Kokiri Forest, and we're going to do things in this game that the game is not expecting us to do pretty much the entire time. We're never really going to do what the game wants us to do. So initially we're supposed to beat the Dikuchi before we leave Kokiri Forest, and then gather the rest of the spiritual stones. But we're not going to do that. We're going to just get our sword, get our shield, and get out of dodge. So we'll gain control Link in just a couple seconds, and we'll get going. All right, here we go. Everyone get cozy, get some blankets. I have some on my lap for the ergonomics. Settle in. Be hanging out. Okay, so like I said, first thing we're going to do is come over here and get the shield. Kokiri Forest is pretty basic because we don't really have any items yet, so there's not too many things we can do that look too crazy yet. We're just going to try to do some clean movement to get the items we need and then get out of here. Okay, clean. I knew that was going to happen, I just forgot because I was adjusting my sound. It's okay. Okay, so the next thing, we're going to get the shield and then we're going to leave. We need 40 rupees to buy the shield at the shop. First trick of the run. Missed it. There we go. When you jump slash, you move a little bit up, and so we use that to kind of clip onto the bridge there. Okay, now that we have the DQ shield, we're going to do a quick west, which you'll hopefully see what that looks like in a second.
All right, so WEST sounds like an acronym. What do the letters in WEST stand for?
Great question. Dang. The W stands for water, and the ESS stands for extended super slide. Okay, good. So, Pokey is over there in a way, but we just kind of get past him. I know that's not his name, but I call him Pokey. Okay, so I want to talk about the clip we just did past Mido. So something that we're going to do in this run a lot, there's so many glitches in this run, so it's going to be a lot to kind of explain. So I'm going to try to give you kind of a general overview so you can kind of understand what's going on, but not feel too overwhelmed. Okay. Oh, by the way, that was a pretty good escape. Totally happy with that. I made pretty much every mistake I possibly could in practice, so that they wouldn't happen during this speed run. So, anyway, ESS stands for Extended Super Slide. Doesn't matter that much. You can ignore that. But ESS position is on the control stick. You have the middle, which is neutral. Just off of neutral is ESS, and then farther past that is just like moving. So you have to hold a very specific range on the control stick in order to be able to slide backwards like that, because your momentum won't, it'll maintain your momentum when going through water or coming off of a bomb or something like that.
Yeah, and Joe was showing me up close while he was practicing, where you have to hold it, and especially if you have to move or change direction during it, it's very...
Yeah, it takes a long time to get used to. It's one of the things. Also, we don't need to talk about that. It's like a little box I have that I'm playing on the Wii, which has a weird mapping, so you have to use this little box to make it more like the N64. You can ignore that for the rest of the run. It's just a kind of fun Easter egg. All right, talk to the owl. We're gonna head to Kakariko Village. Where am I going? This way. Okay, so the kind of general route of this game, like I said, we have to get everything, so it's just a matter of when to get it. That is the fastest. That uses some pretty clever routing that was kind of cool. Crap. All right, so we're heading to Kakariko. we're going to get 2 big items in Kakariko. That's a bummer. This is a little bad, but don't worry about it.
And it's maybe now is a good time to bring up, as far as the charity aspect, my plan is to donate at the end of the run $1 per minute that it took. So anytime they make mistakes or any time that we lose, that's more money to charity.
Yeah, so you can all take some solace in that. That's why Chris is going to be here helping me make sure I go as fast as possible to save his wallet a little bit. So the reason I was so upset about messing up the movement in Hyrule Field is that we need to get into Castletown before nighttime, and it's going to be really hard / maybe not possible to do that, so we might lose it. Might have to wait for Hyrule Field, which is a pretty sad way to start the run, but we'll have to see after we do all the things in Kakariko. So the first thing we're going to do is get a bottle. Bottle, you'll see later, is really a very powerful item because we can use it. We can put the bottle on a B button, and it's not supposed to be there, and the game doesn't. The way the game deals with that is kind of just pretty cool, and we can use that to our advantage in a lot of ways that I'll talk about later. So there's not much to talk about here. We're just collecting the chickens for the chicken lady, so she can give us a bottle. It's kind of cool the way that the chickens move. So we do some very precise, not precise, but specific movement, because the chickens will move relative to Link's position. And so you see I slashed that one, so it would kind of run away from me faster. Or, sooner, rather. Okay. Now I got the bottle. That was pretty good chickens. Next, we're going to head to Bottom of the Well. It's one of the more difficult early game parts of the run. So, it's kind of our first dungeon we're going to go to.
But Joe, there's water there. How are you going to get down the water?
Check this out. When you're talking to Navi or during other cutscenes, the water just doesn't interact with Link. It's like the game just kind of ignores it. So, if you go too slow, like I did in practice, you lose Navi there, and so you have to do something different. But there's a number of ways to get down there. Okay. If you might have noticed that my sword just got kind of glowy there. Talk about that in a second. That's important. I'm going to use that a lot.
Yeah, and I saw we also picked up a Deku stick, right?
Yeah, we did get a Deku stick.
Yeah, which, beyond being useful, is required for this 100% category since it's an item on the pause screen.
Yes. Okay. Okay, we just hovered off that bubble, off the enemy there, and then we dove down into the basement through a seam in the map. Okay, that was dumb. My bad. Okay. And unlike if you ever watch someone who's really good at this game in a marathon, there is a non-zero chance that I get a PB. Not a high chance, but like 5%. See how it goes. Okay. Sorry if I'm not explaining what's going on. There's just so much that I have to do. Just be amazed. Okay, so when you have ISG, that's when your sword is glowy. You're swinging the sword every single frame. It happens by interrupting your crouch stab. Okay, and one of the properties is that you cannot fall. Okay, so that's how I hovered. That's how I hovered in the air off of the enemy by shielding damage from the bubble. Okay, Dead Hand is vulnerable right before he dives into the ground. Okay, good fight. Okay, everything's going really well except that maybe we're gonna be stuck in Hollow Field for like 2 minutes because it's the time of day. But don't worry about that. Everything else is going really good. Okay, we're getting the Lens of Truth now because we just happen to be here. It's convenient. The major reason we came to bottom of the well now is because bomb trees are really good. Explosives are one of the most powerful items as well. So we're just collecting the most powerful items, then we're gonna go to Adult. Maybe thinking we don't have the Spiritual Stones or the Song of Time, but that doesn't matter. So don't worry about that. Okay, we're getting ISG off of opening a chest, and then we're hovering off of the Skulltula and killing it. Okay, that was a really good bottom well. I'm really happy with that. So what happened there? A lot of things. We did some clips. We did some hovering. Now we're done. Now we're going to go visit Zelda. So we're going to attempt our first Hess of the round. So earlier we did a West Water Extended Super Slide. This is a Hyper Extended Super Slide. The names don't really make sense. Don't worry about it. Okay, we failed, so we're just going to go. Because we only have so many bomb shoes, and I don't want to waste another one in case I need them later. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do in this route, right, is going to... Okay, we're good. So even though it's nighttime now and the gate, you just heard it go up, we'll be able to get on the gate anyway because we're not looking at it. So the actual gate hasn't actually gone up until we actually look at it. Okay, and now it's gone up with us. Okay. Okay, cool. We're going really fast, so this is great.
And we remembered lots of pots.
Right. So I started practicing, and I did just forget to come in here. So.
Yep, I have a list of a few things that we wrote down while we were practicing.
Yeah, it's really easy to forget stuff in this run, or I do it sometimes. But that's okay. We would know if we forget something, so we'll make sure we get everything. But so far, we're doing really well. We haven't forgotten anything, I promise. Okay. So the last thing we're going to do before we go and become adults, right, is we're going to go visit Princess Zelda to get the lullaby and also the letter.
I do have in our list Zelda health, which you remembered what it meant when I didn't.
So we're going to manage our health here because we're going to do a cutscene skip for the Zelda lullaby cutscene, so we don't have to watch the cutscene, but we can still learn the song. So I'm going to intentionally take damage here from the Skulltula. Okay. Remember when we got the bottle earlier? It's going to come into play now. Okay, so bottle on a B button now. So I will attempt to do a brief explanation of what it means for the bottle to be on the B button and why it's such a big deal. So the bottle's not supposed to go on the B button. The only thing that's supposed to go on the B button is the sword. Okay? This we know. Okay. One thing that's interesting about bottles in this game is that the empty bottle, right? Each item in our game has an item ID, right? And so each bottle, right, so the empty bottle has a different ID than the bottle with bugs, or the bottle with fish, or the bottle with fairy. So every time we catch or release something, it has to change that item ID. It has to change that item ID in two different places, right? It has to change it in your menu, and it also has to change it on the C button, right? So when it attempts to change it, right, in one of those places, when the bottle is on your B button, right, it looks somewhere where it's not supposed to look, right? So each of the C buttons has two different memory addresses that it uses to keep track of that stuff. But the B button doesn't because it's only supposed to have sword. So it gets confused, and we write it to somewhere else, right? And we can actually control where we're writing that new item value, right, by whatever is equipped to our C write item. Right? So whatever's equipped to our C write is going to determine what gets modified when we're doing RBA. Good. So we RBA'd with empty bottle on C right, which gives us another bottle with bugs on our bottle number 3. So now we have 2 bottles instead of 1. Okay, now we just need to get past guards. Okay, this is actually a really amazing child 1. I'm really thrilled with this.
All right, so we have the 3rd bottle now, right? We don't need to go get it?
Incorrect. So that brings us to a definition of what 100% means in this game. So there's different ways to kind of, especially when they discover that you can just like put stuff in your inventory, right? We decided as a community, well, I didn't because I wasn't part of the community then, but they decided, and I agree, that our definition of 100% is going to mean you have to collect every single item. Not just have it in your inventory, you have to get it from its source destination. So even though we have a bottle there, that bottle is fake, and we still need to get the real one from its actual source location.
But you have it now because it's going to help you go faster.
Right.
Through.
It's just helpful to have 2 bottles because bottles are so good. So we can carry bugs and also like a fairy. Okay. We're going fast. Did I mention that? Everyone should be excited about that. My personal best for this game is 4 hours and 45 minutes. So keep that in mind. In another 4 hours. Keep that in mind. So there are a decent number of cutscenes, even though we skip a number of them. So we're going to skip the Zelda Lullaby cutscene. But there are a decent number of cutscenes that we do still have to watch. So now, if anyone has any questions, I can start to try to explain kind of what's going on, or any other questions, really. Because we're going to be watching cutscenes. We have to watch this cutscene, and then once we get the Master Sword, we'll have to watch another cutscene. So we have some time to kind of relax now. Child 1 is kind of really jam-packed with action until we get to here. And then we're kind of chilling.
Yeah, I guess just so people can expect, you're saying Child 1. How many stages are there between child and adult?
Oh, thanks for catching that, Chris. I try my best, but I still use some like technical like gamer terms.
Jargon.
Yeah, jargon. Yes. So we go back and forth between child and adult in our speedrun, right? So we just number those. So this is child 1, then we're going to go to adult 1 next, and then child 2, and then adult 2, child 3, adult 3. So there's 3. We're each aged 3 different times, and that kind of breaks up the run, kind of broad kind of segments. Yeah. So I want to talk about the thing I'm going to do next, because it's going to happen a couple of times in the course of the speedrun. We're going to skip the Zelda Lullaby cutscene, but we're still going to get the song. Right? And basically, when you are in a cutscene for a song, right? You go through the cutscene, someone tells you something, there's music playing, whatever happens, and then you play the song, right? And then you learn the song, right? It says, oh, you learned Zelda's Lullaby after you play it. But what actually is the case in the game code, in how it works down under the hood, is as soon as the cutscene starts, you have the song, right? Which is great news for us. So we can die as soon as the cutscene starts to interrupt that cutscene, and then we'll respawn and still have the song without having to watch the cutscene. So that's what's going to happen here. That's why Chris made a note to make sure we're managing our health. Okay. So we have died. You can see the camera is starting to pan towards kind of where Impa would be standing, but we're dead. So the game over kind of takes precedence. So now we respawn with the song. Now we can leave. Okay, so now we're done with Child 1. We just have to go to the Temple of Time, and I'll show you how we get past the Door of Time. Okay. So normally, right, like I said, you need to have, the game opens the Door of Time once you have all 3 spiritual stones and you play the Song of Time in front of the altar. We don't have any of that. But luckily, the door is not exactly centered within the door frame, so it's a little bit to the right, which leaves a tiny bit, which is a very small little gap between the wall and the Door of Time. So we're able to kind of side hop at a very particular angle. That's why I kind of backflipped and kind of rolled and to get the right angle. And then we kind of clipped out of bounds and then kind of jump slash back inbounds at the right time and got past the door.
Great. And as part of that, you were pausing and unpausing a lot. Do we want to go over that for people who might not be familiar with speedrunning in general? I know a lot of different games use that technique.
Yeah, so when I pause and unpause, what I'm trying to do is advance 1 frame at a time. Okay. And that's called pause buffering. Right, so I'm looking for, so this is a good time to kind of talk about one of the reasons I think Ocarina of Time is such a good game for speedrunning is that the kind of inputs that you can do, the way you can control Link, you can be extremely precise. And so even if there's a trick that works only on like 1 angle out of like, I don't know, the 36,000 or something that you could face, right? We can get that angle by using very specific sets of kind of combinations of inputs. So you can be very, very precise in your control of Link. Another thing, so that's kind of positioning-wise, but also when we're pause buffering, we're looking for a very particular frame of the game. So the game processes, the way the game works is it shows us a different picture, right? It shows us 20 pictures every second, so it's 20 frames per second. And so we're able to kind of, by pausing and then unpausing, unpausing, and then pausing again exactly 1 frame later, right, we're able to kind of move 1 frame at a time and kind of slow the game down for us. So that we're able to find exactly the right frame that we need to let us do whatever trick we're doing. Okay, so all of this, whenever I'm pause buffering, for the most part, if you were able, you usually don't need to pause buffer in the sense, like theoretical sense, that as long as you're inputting the things in the right frame, it's going to work. But that's something we do because we're humans, and it's harder to do if you don't pause buffer it. So it's a really useful tool for any level of speedrunner, but especially beginner speedrunners. If you can't do a trick, you can just pause buffer it. Make sure you do the inputs, kind of slow it down, and it still works. So the first run I ever did of this game, it took me 23 hours. There's a caveat. There was like a 10-hour break I took when I had slept because I was so exhausted. But still, 13 hours is a pretty long speed run. But I was just like, I'm gonna do it. I learned how to do it. I don't care how long it takes. I'm gonna do it. And now I'm here, and my big milestone was sub 5 hours, and still going lower. So. Yeah, and I like speedrunning. It's a really kind of important piece in my life. It's a good way. It provides a lot of kind of consistency and sameness especially when things are chaotic elsewhere. So I like it, but it's also easy to kind of get too sucked into kind of a perfectionist mindset and get really frustrated whenever something doesn't go well and kind of kick yourself. But that's why I like kind of being not that good at it. I like being able to make mistakes and just keep going, and especially over the course of a 5-hour speedrun, if you lose a minute in the early game, it doesn't matter. Like, it truly does not. You can just, it's such a large sample size, and there's I'm playing, my best is so suboptimal that I can just keep going and just play the game. And that's why I'm excited to do this marathon run, because there's no resetting, I'm just playing the game. Okay, so we have to save and reset here because the door of time, we did not open it, so it's still closed, and it's much harder to get out as adult, especially when you're on this side of it. So we have to save and quit because the game spawns us, right? Conveniently right on the other side of the door of time. So now we're free to go. So the beginning of adult 1, much like child 1, we're kind of first going to go and kind of get our most powerful items that we can, and then do some stuff, right, and kind of get things along the way. So the first thing I'm going to do is go over to Kakariko Village, right, and get 2 of the most useful items that we'll be using in this speedrun. Okay. So one of them is the hook shot, and another one of them is the hover boots. Hover boots are insanely good in a speedrun. They let you do so many tricks and crazy things that you wouldn't normally be able to do. So we love the hover boots. We're going to use them so much. Oops. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I should have Hess there, but I kind of messed it up, my setup. You'll see one eventually. It's just like a Wes, but a little faster and easier to control. You also might notice we just walk backwards a lot. It's because walking backwards is faster than walking forwards. I think walking backwards has a speed of 9. Forward walking has a speed of 5 or 6, and rolling gets kind of averages out to something like 7 or something. Those numbers are definitely wrong. Okay, we're gonna get this pro. Okay. Trying to do a little cool strat there, but it doesn't matter. Okay. So we're going to race Stampe through this maze, get the hook shot. This part's pretty easy, but where he throws the fire is random, so you have to kind of adapt to it, like I did expertly there. Also kind of like a mini speed run. Kind of can see how fast you're going through the Stampe race. So like I said, forward walking is slow, so we're going to roll through the maze.
It's back open through the maze just like too many turns and stuff to be worth it, especially with the fire? Or?
Yeah, so the pros of walking forward and rolling versus back walking is that when you're walking forward, you can change direction easily. Whereas if you're back walking, you kind of have to like, you can only go in a straight line. So there's too many turns. And you also can't adjust to the fire. Oh, sorry. Okay, so here's a hook shot. You actually don't need the hook shot as part of 100%. You only need a long shot. So you don't need to get an item if it's not the biggest upgrade of that item. So the long shot is considered kind of just an upgrade to the hook shot. And you don't need to get the hook shot to get the long shot, but we do because it's fast. We just need to use it for stuff like this. Wrong. So what we're doing is a hook shot jump. Oh. What we're doing is failing a hook shot jump. I don't know where that failed. Don't worry about it. This one will work. Just kidding. I missed. I did say we were going to be making some mistakes, so get used to it. Okay. Nope. Okay. So we have to make sure we got ISG. You can see now really well how glowy our sword is. So, like I said, when our sword is now constantly swinging. It's called Infinite Sword Glitch, or ISG. And we're going to use it here so we don't fall off this very kind of precarious kind of seam top of the map we're walking on here. And you can kind of get stuck on it even with ISG, so I was just kind of making sure I was lined up so we wouldn't fall.
You're falling now.
Yes, so we kind of jump over the, and on the stairs there's like the load trigger that kind of loads the door to Shadow Temple, so we kind of just jump over it. So we can get a shadow without having needing to Din's Fire or doing any other tricks. There are other tricks we can use to skip it, but this is the easiest.
Yeah, but for falling, it's just side hopping, right? You can do other movement and not fall down.
Oh, yes, yes. So if you're just walking on a, like if you jump, right, or anything like that, you will kind of maintain the momentum. So you can still jump and stuff, and you'll be able to fall from jumping. Just, you can't just like fall off the edge randomly. Okay. No dead hand fight. Oh, wait. So what I just did, is I'm going to die right after I open this chest. So whenever a bomb or bomb 2 explodes, there are like 8 or 9, I think there's 9 explosion frames where you can take damage if you're touching it. But Link has a certain kind of amount of time, a second or so, where he's invulnerable after he takes damage. But that, okay, hold on. So Link's timer ticks down. Link's invulnerability timer ticks down while the chest opening is happening, but not the. But the bomb frames are not moving forward. Okay, so you can take multiple. You can buffer multiple damage frames from the to take damage multiple times from the same bomb explosion. This might be the frame. Yeah, I'm dumb. Okay, we're doing RBA again. So the first time we got a bottle on our bottle number 3. When he RBA'd Poe, right? So bottle with bugs is item number 29. So we got 29. Poe modifies our bomb tree count. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. 4. I'm counting. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, so Poe modifies our bomb tree count when it's on C right and we do RBA. And the egg gave us an upgraded stick capacity. I don't know why I paused. So now we can carry 26. And it's kind of glitched too.
All right, so what was that whole 17 thing about?
Good question. So we were able to jump directly into this grave. This grave is normally covered by a tombstone. This is the Sunsong grave, so there's normally like it's like a royal family tomb, I think. So you get to play Zelda's Lullaby normally, and then a kind of lightning bolt cutscene will play where it kind of destroys the gravestone and you can get inside. But what I did is I loaded and unloaded the area 17 different times. And each time I did that, most of the things got unloaded, but one thing kind of stayed, and it's like something with the rain. So something stayed loaded, and so we kind of kept loading that over and over again, and it kind of kept filling up the memory. And so when you do that 17 times, it moves the memory in such a way that the grave, that's the tombstone that's supposed to be in kind of on top of this grave is kind of not loaded on the 17th time. But the reason I stopped and focused 100% of my energy on counting is that you need it to be 17 times exactly. If you do it 18 times, then it doesn't work. And it's really annoying. Oops. I was going to hit that. So this time that we did RBA, we kept the bottle on a B button. And we're going to do this a couple times in the run. And when you have the bottle and B button, we're basically writing values directly into different places in the memory. But sometimes we want to do. But if you do it in the wrong spot, it's really, really bad. Some terrible things can happen. So we have to be careful on pressing our B button. We have to make sure we're not going to accidentally write a memory value where it's not supposed to be and kill the entire run. But we won't do that. I did that in practice, so it won't happen in the actual run. Oops. Okay, so racing topic again. The second time you race him, you get a heart piece. As long as you beat him, as long as you finish the race in under 1 minute, which I will do, although not beautifully. So this is an example of the very precise movement I did, I was talking about. So what I did there were called ESS turns. I moved so you can move in kind of increments of ESS turns to change your angle by specific amounts. By using that ESS position I talked about earlier on the control stick, just outside the neutral zone, or dead zone, I don't know. So that's one way that we're going to kind of very precisely kind of adjust our angle, so to make sure that we have the proper angle. Because basically the way the trick works is if we're in the very corner and you have the right angle, when the bound tree explodes, it's going to push you kind of out of bounds and then back in bounds past the Song of Time block. Because, as I said earlier, we do not have the Song of Time. We decided not to get it. We'll get it later, but we'll never use it for a Song of Time block. It's just slow. So it's really useful to have the Sun Song now. That's one of the important things we got there. Song of Songs we got because it's kind of on the way, but Sun Song is kind of actually over there, plus the Herboots and the other thing. Okay, so now we're going to RBA empty bottle on this chicken on C right. This is going to give us, if you look in the bottom left, an upgraded wallet, as well as the gold scale. Okay. Hookshot gives us a bottle over our ice arrow slot. Okay, you have to wake up this man. You have to wake up Talon here in order to do something later. In order to, I think, play the Coco game later as a child. Okay, we're going to swap out this chicken for another chicken. Kojiro is going to be the most RBA'd item, or it's like that and Poe are the two most. Kojiro is really useful because it's going to modify our bomb bag, as well as our quiver. So another thing that RBAing the chicken did is that it gave us a glitched quiver. So if you ever see when we're paused, you can look and kind of, the quiver is supposed to be the top left on our kind of equipment screen when we're, like where we see the sword and the shield and stuff. If you pay attention, it'll look like a bomb bag there, because it's glitched, which will come into play a couple times. Oh, I went too fast. That's a Hess. What? I'm not used to going this fast, sorry. So, earlier we did a hookshot jump to jump up from Dampé's shack to get into the Shadow Temple. We're going to do another one to get the bombs early. So a hookshot jump happens if you interrupt the hookshot process on the very first frame that you hookshot something. Because on that very first frame you hookshot something, the game gives you an insane Y velocity or acceleration, I'm not sure. I think acceleration. But it kind of jumps you up in the air for one frame, and then on the second frame it kind of brings you back down to normal. But if you interrupt it, it never gets sucked back down, so you can just jump real high in the air. Okay, so this time we're interrupting by dying, and we're going to be rezzed by the fairy we caught at our Shadow Temple. Okay, we're still keeping our bottle on B. So with there's the bombs, so we're coming to Jungle Sky. We're not going to beat it right now. We're going to use it later for wrong work, which I'll talk about when we get there. But we came here because bombs are good. Bomb trees are good, but having bombs and bomb trees is even better. So my angles are bad, so we're just going to let it blow it up later and kind of walk across. I had the bad angle, so it's really bad if you fall down here. It's just really sad. So. Yeah, so we're just going to get a couple of skull flows and then head on out, back up to Goron City. Okay. Oh boy. Again, our angle was not good, but I noticed in time. Close, barely. Okay, I forgot to get that skull in practice. Okay, and we're on our way. So far, I don't want to alarm anyone. This run is pretty good. We haven't done anything that was too devastatingly terrible. So that's kind of all we need to do to PB by a lot. So we'll see what happens.
Great, and I did have that Skulltula written down. The next thing is scrubs for nuts, 70 rupees, which I believe we have.
Yes, we have a 70 rupees. We're good. Nice. That was good. And we're flying. Okay, we do another cutscene skip for the Bolero and RBA some more stuff. Oops. Sorry, I'm just gonna take my time here. Stop. Okay, that way. Oops. That wasn't it. There we go. That's called a mega flip. So when you shield a bomb explosion and jump on the red frame, you get flown back really far. You maintain the momentum, and then we maintain it even more with the hover boots. Okay, so we did, so Lens gave us another bottle, an empty bottle on our hammer slot. And then Kujiro I talked about before, and the Poe we talked about before. Poe is bomb shoes. Okay.
Yeah, I noticed you have your sword again now, so it seems like it's pretty easy to get out of the RBA state.
Oh, yeah. I hope this works. Yeah, equipping your sword equips your sword. So just make sure you only do it when you want to do it. Sometimes we want bottle there, sometimes we want other stuff there. Okay, so we just got Bolero. We did the same, we died on the same frame we entered the cutscene, so that was getting Bolero. So one thing that's really nice about not being a top competitor in this game, to trying to go for a record, is you can come into this bomb grotto. Well, it's a grotto, but in this chest, oops, in this chest is 20 bombs. So we have another 20 bombs to work with. Like I said, bombs are really, really helpful. So we're able to fail bomb tricks like an extra 20 times now, which should be a good enough buffer to get us through. And if it's not, we can find more bombs elsewhere. So it's important to come here to get magic for a couple reasons. One, like you have to get magic before you get any other fairy fountain. So you have to go to this fairy fountain before any others. So now we can go to whatever fairy fountain is nearby. But also, we are going now to get Ferora's Wind pretty soon. First, we get Minuet. We get some songs. Warping is good, so we get some warp songs. But we're going to get Ferora's Wind after that, and that's going to be really helpful, very powerful tool. So, yeah, so we're still kind of collecting, gathering power, getting the resources we need to tackle the dungeons. The dungeons are where the kind of main action happens, or it's the most exciting part, I think. It's the most fun for me. The dungeons are kind of where like the tricks are most densely concentrated, and there's a lot of things that we kind of get around and skips we do and tricks and stuff. What? Oh, whatever. Okay, that's pretty good. So if we go fast enough in this section, so we've kind of been managing our resources. We had to manage our health to do death warps, cutscene skips, manage our bomb count and rupee count. So another thing to keep in mind is the time of day. Right, so the fewer sun songs we have to play, the better. So this is a pretty tight time of day window. If you go fast enough, everything works perfectly. If we don't go fast enough, we'll have to play an extra sun song, which doesn't lose that much time, but is also a kind of moral defeat. Okay. There's one ESS turn there. Okay, so you might have. So what we just did is we got the nut upgrade twice. Basically, we did something called Return A, which kind of confused the game in a weird way. I can't exactly explain it. Oh. That's not. Yeah, that's fine actually. Okay, now we're doing a ground jump. Okay. You just jump, it's pretty simple. But back to the nut dupe. So for the source requirement, you only need to get the highest upgrade from the source, right? Because you only need the highest upgrade for the 100% definition. So we're able to duplicate. Sorry. Sorry, I just had to get the menu right quick. So, oh, I thought I unpaused. We basically got return A so that we kind of delayed the business scrubs giving us their whatever we bought from them, and then so that they gave it to us at the same time, and we kind of made it so that the triggers overlapped. I don't know where I am now. Okay, here we go. So that we were able to get one of the upgrades twice and not the other one. So we got the nut upgrade twice instead of the nut upgrade and arrows. And that's why we had the RBA before, is so we can get the... we have a glitch quiver now, which allowed us to buy those arrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to buy the arrows if we didn't have the quiver. That's also why we needed 70 rupees, because we need 70 rupees to afford both those things. Alright, so everything's still going pretty swimmingly. Here's where the time of day. We'll see if we went fast enough. No. I don't think that timer day would have been good enough anyway, but it's a pretty sad way to to have it really die. But that was just like a bonus, like fun, like go fast. We're actually still going fast, so don't worry about it. The fact that we were close to going super fast, something that's going pretty fast. I don't know if it's gonna work. No. I didn't do that in practice either. I don't know what I did wrong there. I kind of do. I don't know. Okay, you can see the quiver there if you're paying attention. It looks like a bomb bag in the top left. Let's play the song. It's fine. Okay. Was there anything I was talking about and then just stopped talking about and never came back to that I need to go back to?
Not that I recall. I've been trying to get those as we get them.
All right, thanks, Chris. All right, now we're in Zora's domain. I have to play the Sun Song because we did miss the time of day. So now we're going to unfreeze King Zora. He's frozen in red ice. We just read that sign, and that sign is fire. So the way the red ice works, as far as I understand, which the person who told me this heavily said, heavily like kind of hedged, but I'm pretty sure the red ice checks like every frame to see if it's still there or if it's been melted, and it doesn't know that it's there when the sign is on. Like when the sign text is there, so it like loaded and then, but it also like set the flag that it's like not supposed to be there anymore, something like that. So.
Does it have to do with an angle, or like can anyone?
The
just
angle.
read the sign? The
angle had to do with making sure that we. I also did a dumb thing. So now we have to kind of float up here like just kind of like a dummy. It's gonna take a couple seconds. The angle is so that we load King Zora at the same time as like we're reading the sign. It's like doing two things at the same time, or one after the other, is a kind of crucial kind of theme you'll be noticing. So I accidentally messed up here and fell down, but the water always extends infinitely downwards. There's only shallow water here, but like the water just goes, it just has a top, but it just goes down forever. So we're able to kind of float back up, but I wish I didn't fall. You could see the timer ticking away and see exactly how much time we lost. But not a big deal. We still made it. We're still well on our way to defeating Ganon, saving the kingdom. Ah, I thought it was gonna work. Whatever, we'll walk. Okay, so now we're gonna get first win, and then we're gonna kind of get into the first kind of dungeon kind of rush. We do one here in Adult 1, and then another one kind of later in Adult 2. All the dungeons we do as Adult. Child dungeons are a myth. We do them, they're faster to do as Adult. That's not gonna work. It's, you know, whatever. Okay, cool. Great. So I was trying to fold my blanket. All right. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is Ice Cavern, then we're gonna do Jabu Jabu. So Ice Cavern is one of the hardest kind of splits. We're going to start off with this weird clip. Oh. Here I'm just getting the magic, because the first time you pick up magic, you like hold it over your head and you're like, ooh, boy, I got magic. And I don't want it to happen later, so I just like get it now. Okay, so we got third try on the weird clip. That's fine. Kind of a bummer, but it's totally good. Yeah, that wasn't it. Trying to make a flip there, but I missed. So we'll just swim over here. Look at that. You can where I'm at now is I can kind of attempt all of the kind of flashy, cool, fast tricks, and my consistency is improving a lot with them. But I can also still like kind of fall back on all the kind of easier like backup strats that I had to learn when I was really, really bad. So I consider myself very kind of good at backup strats. So we tried the mega flip, no harm done. Just go in the water, climb on the platform, get the heart piece. All right. Ice Cavern's a kind of cool dungeon. Kind of the first one you do is adult, and it's kind of a difficult one. So there's a lot of cool tricks you'll see. First, we're gonna clip through this wall, so we don't have to open that gate. Amazing. Okay, so we kind of hessed at the right angle, at a specific angle, so we could kind of get through the red ice. Okay. There we put a bomb in the corner there, so we could so the bombs have a collision, they have hitboxes, so we use that to kind of push us into the red ice along with our kind of recoil from our crouch step.
So do you need to use any blue fire, or can you just get through all the ice?
We don't use we never touch blue fire in the whole run. We just have other ways around it. We've kind of solved the red ice as a speedrun community. Oh, I thought that would work. Okay. Backup strats. Ground jump. Jump. Oh. I'm worried about this keys. Fine. I'll jump hard. The keys in this room are really annoying. Okay, missed a jump spurt. Fine. Some more red ice ahead. Don't worry about it. Okay. We will walk. That's not good. It's a bummer we didn't get the Hess. It's much faster than doing this.
And since you were frozen, do you know what your health status is?
Good question. We'll be able to see. So what it's referring to is that health in this game is displayed in like quarters, but it's actually kept track of in sixteenths. And but the game like calculates what to show based on eighths. It's like really confusing. So when doing the cutscene skip here, so we do have glitched health. Oh no. That's sad. We're gonna have to go back here. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, that's our first big oopsie of the run. Yeah, so you saw how we had half a heart, and bomb doesn't have a heart of damage, but then we went ahead to a quarter of a heart, because we actually had like 9/16 or something. But the game didn't know how to properly display that, so it looked like half a heart. But one half of a heart of damage is not enough to kill you, because it takes you down to 1/16. You have to take another hit. That wasn't an issue. The issue was I messed up the buttons.
Yeah, and that's to do with like being like taking damage over time from specific things, right?
Yeah. So when we got frozen, like like when you're frozen or on fire, your damage ticks in 16ths. God, that's going so well. Okay, this is more like it. This is appropriate. Whatever. We're still fine. Everything's still fine. Okay. Okay, we'll try again. So we're trying to die in the same frame that the Serenade water cutscene starts, which starts like as soon as you open this chest. And here, okay. Here we're using pulling out our Ocarina to buffer the invulnerability frames that Link has. Okay, that was a good enough backup. Okay, so we got the Iron Boots, we got the Serenade, done with Ice Cavern. Bummed about the mistake, but we move on. That's the whole point. Nope. So we're gonna go head down to bottom of the lake. Have a fountain. Get this. Go back up. Then we're going to enter Jabu and beat Jabu. There's a number of reasons why you might think that's going to be weird, because Jabu is a dungeon you're only supposed to enter as a child. There's not even a whale here. There's just a piece of ice. But the piece of ice is actually on top of the loading zone for Jabu. So we'll be able to get inside. But we're going to have to do something weird. That's the thing. That's the weird thing. That's how we get into Jabu. You have to be moving up, so you have to do some weird things, like with equipping and unequipping the hover boots. The hover boots have very complex properties. I don't really fully understand what's going on with the hover boots, but they're basically very good. They adjust your acceleration and deceleration values. But we did, so the jump slash, right, we said pulls you up earlier. Remember at the very beginning of the run, I clipped through the gate as Child Link in Kokiri Forest. Because when you jump slash, you go a little bit up. Right, so that's what allows us to be moving up. Right, and then the hover boots, I think, kind of carry forth that forward momentum longer, is the explanation I just came up with. Based on true things, but it could be just like wrong. Don't quote me on it, but it sounds right. Okay. So what's going to happen in Jabu, right, is we have to get the boomerang, and then we have to, there's a couple Skulltulas as well. Right. Remember, we have to collect all 100 gold Skulltula tokens as part of our definition for 100%, so we have to make sure we get all of them in Jabu. Right, we're not going to come back to Jabu. This is the only time I'm going to be here.
there any other sculptures that are that close to each other?
There's two in I think there's two in the Deku tree that are pretty close to each other as well. That I can think of. Yeah, I think the idea is like get used to using the boomerang. So the annoying thing with the boomerang room is you need to have Rudo to open the boomerang room. So you just have to carry her through the entire dungeon, which is a little annoying. Because otherwise you could just go directly to the boomerang room. It'd be pretty fast. But there's no way to do that in this category that we know of. Or at least that's fast. So this dungeon's pretty basic. We're just kind of moving on through. Getting the boomerang. So for now, we're just kind of chilling. So what we're going to do here is intentionally take damage, because at the end of this dungeon, right, it's going to get really interesting, because we're going to do a wrong warp. It's the first wrong warp you'll see. So a wrong warp is when again, we're trying to do two things at once. Right, so in Java wrong warp, we're going to try to leave the room, like leave the boss room, at the same time as we are supposed to be kind of taken up into the cutscene by the blue warp. And so when you try to do two things at once, things get kind of funky, and it's going to kind of combine those in a weird way to kind of put it somewhere completely different. We're going to use that a couple times in the run to kind of warp places that otherwise would take a lot longer to get to, or would even not be even possible to get to. So here, we're at the boomerang room. Doing this with Rudo is nothing. It just is kind of fun. It doesn't go fast at all. So the next thing you might be thinking is the boomerang is a child item. You can only use it as a child normally. You can't equip it as an adult. So how is that going to work? And I will show you. That's not it. There we go. That's called Equip Swap. It lets you equip items you normally would not be able to equip. That's frame perfect. And on the pause, like we said earlier, that Ocarina of Time runs at 20 frames per second. But on the pause screen, it actually runs at 30 frames per second, so it's an even tighter window than normal. But it's still fine. Okay, cool. So now we're ready for the boss. We're ready to fight Baronade. This is the thing I was just practicing before I started, so let's see how it goes. Okay, so our health was just right. So what we're going to be focusing on during the Baronade fight is you have to kill Baronade in a very specific part of the room. Depending on where you kill the boss, for a lot of bosses, it's going to change where the blue warp is, which is going to change our ability to do wrong warps. Okay, so this is one of the ones where you have to kill Baronade in a specific part of the room. Sorry. It's about half the room, so it shouldn't be that bad. But if it goes bad, it can get really bad. That's annoying, but not a big deal. We'll see if this works. I was trying to take a wider berth because I only had a quarter heart, and if I got hit by the lightning, I would die, which means the wrong one would fail. But also, if she's if it's dead in the wrong part of the room, it's also going to fail, so we'll have to see. It could still work, but it might be a little bit too far to the left. No, we're fine. Okay. So the Java orb is a particularly unique one because of Rudo. She's in the blue orb, and we have to deal with that. I'll wait one more frame. This should work, but I'm going to wait another frame. There we go. That was unnecessary. Okay. So we're going to die right on the edge of the blue orb. And it's going to kind of put us in this limbo zone where we can move around, but every time we stop moving, we're going to immediately kind of flash back to Rudo's position, such as when we pick up the heart container. Okay, I almost messed that up there. Okay, now we're going to talk to Rudo as soon as we die. Gonna revive again. Right. I'm gonna clip out of bounds. So there's 2 text boxes here. Right. So when we pressed A there to roll, it triggered one of them. Okay, and that's the Java orb. It's very impressive. Everyone should be impressed. Thank you. So right, we tried to leave the room at the same time as the blue orb was going to take us up into the cutscene. And so then we walked into Donald's Cavern. Okay, so this is helpful mostly for skipping the cutscene, but also prevents some backtracking later in Adult 2. Okay. Okay, we're gonna need this. I forgot the cyanide water yesterday too. We're fine. Okay, now we're gonna get a water temple. We're not gonna beat water temple. We're gonna do pretty much everything. We're gonna do pretty much everything else. Actually, we're gonna do everything else except for beat water temple. We'll come back later once we have Fero's win on a B button. Spoilers. So that we can skip the cutscene for the blue orb again. This might not work. Nice. Okay, so we kind of jump slash at the right time with the right angle to kind of clip into the wall and then get into the loading zone for water temple without having to open the gate very fast. Okay. So like I said, when we're in a cutscene like this, the water doesn't exist. So when we're setting Fero's wind, the link and the water do not interact. So we're able to dive down without having to equip the iron boots. Saves a lot of time, and also kind of we need to set Fero's wind anyway. Okay. So water temple, we're gonna need the long shot. That's why we come here so early in the run, even though we're not beating it right now. Is we really want the long shot. Because long shot's going to help us go faster, and pretty much everywhere else in the run. Hook shot's good, long shot's better. That jump's actually really scary because even though it's pretty easy, and once you know how to do it, it's really scary because if you fall down here without getting that key, you have to raise the water again to get back up there, or do like a series of insane hovers, which is not fast, and you don't even have the bombs for it really. Nice. That room's really annoying if you don't get the quick spin immediately, and quick spins in this game are kind of hard to do. At least I struggle with them. I gotta go in and out. I forgot to pull the bomb shoe, so we have to wait a little extra there, kind of embarrassingly, but otherwise, still pretty fast. So we get some bombs there, which is nice. There happen to be 10 bombs there, so it's pretty convenient for our routing. Okay. So we're going to set for Roseman again because we have to come back here for the last stretch. So this next leg is going to be getting a long shot. This is called a super slide. Oops. We'll just do this. Okay, just try again. So, a super slide is another way that you can move backwards really fast. Okay. I like over R for. I like dropped the super slide too early last time. I like R too early, so that's what happened. So, luckily super slides are much easier to do than Hesses. You don't have to hold the ESS position in a really weird, like there's no like difficult controller inputs or anything like that. So it's pretty simple, especially the way I do them with the side hop. So you're always kind of the same distance from the bomb. I'm trying to get too fast. Not necessary. Okay, because, so one thing, another resource we have to manage in this part of the route is the magic. So because we had to use an extra froze win there, we will have to make sure, did we actually set froze win again? Hopefully. I don't know if we did. I don't think, I don't think we did. We'll see. It's not a big deal if we didn't, it's just a little slow. I don't think we need magic. So. Anyway. Might just save work later. Hey. Do you mind? Fun fact about Dark Link is that his health is based on Link's health. So the more health you come in here with, the more times you have to hit him. There's also a good time to talk about damage. I kind of actually somehow have not gotten to this point yet. So each weapon has a different damage. So Kokiri Sword, based on damage, is 1. Master Sword is 2, and it's doubled when you do a jump slash. But this move I'm doing right now, called the crouch stab, actually has no default damage value. They just forgot to tie it to the rest of the weapon. So presumably, I can't say for sure. So it just takes whatever you last used. So we last used a jump slash from the Master Sword, so that crouch stab does 4 damage. What we're doing right now is we're trying to get past the Song of Time block. We're trying to get down, but there's a Song of Time block in the way. So we did something called entrance point glitch here. Oh, I'm not supposed to have these equipped. Guess we can just jump down here. This next trick we're going to do is called a weird shot. This, along with Hessing unbuffered, was one of the really hardest tricks for me to learn. It just kind of consisted of hours and hours of me just kind of rolling into bombs. Keep messing it up. This is why we have so many bombs. Okay, so the bomb, I don't really know how witches work at all. I can't tell you. Yeah, I knew I didn't set this. I knew I didn't set this. I could tell. We'll just save and reset. That'll bring us back to the beginning of Water Temple. Yeah, my bad. Okay, so this is kind of the weird shot gauntlet, I call it.
Even if you don't really understand exactly what's happening, what is the state you end up in that is of benefit to you, where you can kind of see
the camera moves underground, so the hook shot shoots from where the camera is, so you can shoot the hook shot from underground. Link's body is still above ground, if you look. Link is not actually technically below ground, but but you can shoot the hook shot from there. Alright, this is annoying. The farm bombs. Oh, we can take. Oh, this is not going where we need to go. This is fine. Okay. We got into the place we need to get into, but now we need to leave. So, the next thing is we're going to go and finish up the last couple of skeletons in Water Temple before we leave. And we're also going to need to farm some bombs because there are bombs we can farm here in the Water Temple, luckily, but there are not in Forest Temple, and we need at least 6. So, to different enemies and kind of grass and pots and whatever have different kind of drop tables. So the probability of them dropping stuff is different depending on the enemy. These have a 50% chance to drop bombs, so we just lost a 1 in 8. Or no, 1 in 4, sorry. I'm being dramatic. That's annoying. Okay, we have 5, but we need 10. Each bomb drop is 5 bombs, so we need to get 1 more. A little unlucky rolls here, but it's fine. We'll get through it. Okay. We are going slower than we were at the beginning of the run when we were going very fast, but that's part of speedrunning. We'll go fast next, or later, or right now. Okay, cool. Next up, Forest Temple. Forest Temple we're going to beat fully. We'll get the bow. Bow's important. What are the stick equipped still? That's not supposed to be there. Maybe it is. No, it is. It is. I do equips next. Okay. Here we're going to save because this trick is important. So bear with me for a second while I pause buffer, and then I'll explain what's happening. So here we're catching the bugs as the cutscene starts. So at the beginning of, the way Forest Temple works is these kind of 4 pose are kind of the guardians of the Forest Temple, and at the very beginning, they kind of scatter to the 4 corners of the Forest Temple, and they kind of lower the elevator so that you can't access it. Normally, you need to kind of defeat all 4 of the pose before you can go down to the basement and get to the boss. But by interrupting the cutscene with catching the bugs, oops. So I accidentally left the cutscene too early. Okay. So this shouldn't matter. I think it's just slow. I don't think it's going to affect anything terribly. But we did save in case it does. Yeah. My bad. But. So we basically didn't let the cutscene finish, so the flag wasn't set that like the cutscene's done. You don't need to play it again. So they did it again when we reloaded this area. I hope that should be fine.
Making use of those crouch stabs you were talking about before.
Yeah, we call when we store, we call them a power crouch stab because they're powerful. Okay, here's another Song of Time block. We do not have the Song of Time. Again, not a problem. Well, no. Not really. So we're gonna do a ledge clip. Eventually. Okay, so what's happening is I'm trying to pause buffer, but I'm going 2 frames at a time because I'm bad. There we go. Okay, so as soon as we go to the ledge, we target, it kind of puts us inside of the block. And it works with like a lot of corners and ledges and stuff. Oh. There we go. So all right, we're looking for the right frame where the bomb is kind of pushing us, and then we're equipping the hover boots to kind of extend that kind of, so that our deceleration is lower, so that we kind of maintain the momentum longer, so we can reach to this ledge over here where we're not supposed to be. This will let us get up to the boat quickly. What? Oh, I was supposed to be in the corner. Oops. Okay. So it's really useful to be able to jump. The game doesn't expect you to jump, so when you can jump, you can just grab a lot of ledges that you're not supposed to. So if you remember way, way back to the beginning of Adult 1, right, we did some stuff with the bottle and the B button called RBA. And one of the things we did is we gave ourselves a glitched quiver, right? We gave ourselves a quiver that's not actually one of the main quivers in the game. It's just a different value that's in a quiver slot that can hold 20 arrows. And that's going to have some ramifications now as we kind of finish up Forest Temple. Got a power crouch stab still, dealing 4 damage per crouch stab. Near perfect, very good. Southwest fight. Okay, so you see how we kind of just kick it open like it's no big deal, right? Because the game thinks we already have it. Normally, like Link is like enthralled whenever he gets a new item. He like opens it really slowly. It's like magical. But that time he's like, kick it open. This is worthless trash. I had this already. Okay. Did I not set for his wind? Got him. A little out of it. Alright, well, how did we not set it? We even equipped it, we just forgot to set it? That's annoying. We'll have to just save warp, right? Yeah, that should be fine. Man, losing time to the dumbest things. Southwest fight, perfect. Froze win, forgot to press the button. That's okay. Nothing we can't deal with. What am I doing? Alright, this is not the thing to do now. We're doing this first. Okay. So we had to pick up the arrows because our quiver started with 0 arrows, so we got the 20 arrows. Now we have 20, and we have to keep a really close eye on our arrow count. Okay, and I'll explain why when you get to it. It has to do with putting the ball on a B button again. Like I said, putting the ball on a B button, very, very powerful. So we've been doing RBA, which stands for Reverse Ball Adventure. We're going to do Ball Adventure because we're going to start Child 2 soon. Which allows us to put different items on our B button. Okay, what I'm doing right now is missing the frame I'm supposed to press it by 1 frame either early or late. Okay, here we go. So, I think I mentioned this, but I'll mention it again. Actually, I don't think I mentioned it now. Is that whenever you're in a dungeon, right, a particular room is going to be loaded with all the textures and stuff, but the collision is always loaded, and that collision includes also, what also is always loaded is the loading zones. So the boss loading zone is always going to be there, so if you can find a way to touch it, right, then you can get into the boss room without having to open the boss door. Because it's a separate kind of area, sub-area. It's like a whole, you go through a loading zone, right, as opposed to Western Dungeon, just with the doors. All right, so we have infinite sword glitch now. Now we don't. Oops. Where's the man? That was good. I don't think I can do RBA right now. I'm gonna play it safe. I could have if I didn't hesitate. Okay. So, if you take a look at our arrow count, it is 13 arrows. This is going to be important for really convoluted reasons. Okay. So, in addition to RBA, there's also something called BA, Ball Adventure, right? Like I said. So, when you go back in time with a ball, so when you go back and forward in time, right, the game has ways of keep track of your inventory so that when you go from adult to child back to adult, your adult equips are the same as they were when you when you last were adult, right? But if you're a ball on your B button, the game gets confused. So I won't go into exactly how, because I don't know. All right, so now we need this, and this, and this. Sure. Okay. Wait, did I take damage? Yeah. Oops. This is wrong. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, so we're going to do a cutscene skip here. Okay. So you can't play the Ocarina boss room, but I played Ocarina items here. Which is where if you have bottles are so broken. we just played our bow and arrow like an ocarina, which let us kind of escape the blue warp kind of magnetism. So now we can move around. But the blue warp's still pulling us up, kind of like in Jabu. So we're going to die. Instead of kind of entering a loading zone, I'm going to die at the same time that we're supposed to be pulled up into the cutscene, which will give us the medallion without having to watch a cutscene. This one is a especially long cutscene, so it's really, really good to not miss this. Okay, looks good to me. Looks good to me. Yep, that's good. So now we have stick on our B button. B button's being thrown for a loop here. We're really abusing it. It's really does not know what's happening, and that's good for us. So in the Temple of Time, you can't use most items, but you can use whatever's on your B button because it only expects it to be stored. Right? But now it's stick, and stick is helpful because it's going to have us clip through the store of time. Because it's a little more difficult as an adult than as a child Link.
Is that just due to having a bigger hitbox as adult?
Everything's just different as adult. Just like the values, just line up differently. I had to reset that because I broke my stick, and I only have 2. I went through this twice. Okay. So the first clip is because Sheikah's trying to teach us the Prelude of Light, which we very, very much appreciate. However, we don't have time to listen to everything, so we're just going to get the song and then void out to skip the cutscene. Okay. Now the second time is for real, so we can go back to being Child Link. Okay, we need this. Okay, more RBA. Now we have 29 sticks. Okay, we're going to go with this. No, this. And this, and this. Great. Okay. It might just be a hitbox thing, because we're going to do something super simple. That's like the easiest Door of Time skip. It's like child backwards. It's like just completely free. Just kind of jump, pretty much. Okay. So now we're gonna go. So now we're back as child. So one of the main reasons is because we want to do Ball Adventure, so we can have Feroz win on a B button for the rest of the adult dungeons. But while we're here, it also makes sense to now do some more stuff that we couldn't do before, thanks to all the new items we got. Just doing a little moonwalk. So we can finish the stuff in Zelda's castle. Now that we have Magic to get the Din's Fire, and also the Song of Storms to get the Into the Grotto with a Skulltula. So the stuff that we do as Child Link is pretty much the stuff we have to do as Child Link. There's very few things that you could do as Adult Link that you do as Child Link. And all of those things are just on the way to other things that we're happen to be doing because we have to do them as Child Link. So Child 2 and Child 3 are kind of, all the child segments are just kind of getting stuff that we have to. But that doesn't mean they're not exciting. I mean, that's literally the entire speedrun, I guess. Getting stuff we have to. We decided we're going to get all these things, and that's the speedrun, is getting them all, so. But they're a little less, since there's no dungeons we're doing as Child, except for Bottom of the Well, which we did already. They're typically usually a little more kind of leisurely, as far as the speedrun can be leisurely. This is still the wrong angle. There's the right angle, I don't know what I'm talking about. Alright, that's alright. You can walk up the seam. Okay, done with this area. We'll leave now. You do have that guy, it's pretty cool. I think I just wasn't in the set position. Wasn't holding the right spot in the control stick. Alright. Now off to Lawn on the Ranch. You're gonna get another bottle. Gonna get the opponent's song. The opponent's song is another thing we use in Adult 2. It's not something we use a lot. We use it one time for one thing, but it is something that we can get now that will kind of set us up for the next Adult section. I knew that. I got nervous. I'm always bad at the like chew hesses where you just have to kind of time it. Chew meaning bomb chew, which are these little mouse bomb things. Okay. So Child 2 is relatively short. We're gonna do Lawn Ranch. But it does have everyone's favorite part of the run, which we're going to get to kind of towards the end of this, right before Adult. Oh. You know, this is fine. I was trying to adjust the camera, but I did an extra side hop by accident because I'm dazed. So this minigame gives us the milk bottle. Finally have our real bottle. Where is this bottle too? Pretty good. That's okay. Like I said, every Hess is just kind of a moonshot. We're just kind of seeing if we can get it. Otherwise, walking is acceptable. We'll get there. Like I said, the estimate for my run is 5 hours. The world record for this category is like 3 hours and 50 minutes or something like that. So we have a little buffer. We can lose some time. We don't need to Hess everywhere. It is cool though. The opponent song, we're just gonna get all the stuff on. So there's the opponent song, there's 3 Skulltulas, and there's a heart piece. Don't look at me. That's okay. Everything's fine. Unironically, everything's fine. It's just my ego.
And you're using a game controller, right? How do the C buttons map to that? You're using the C stick?
So I use the C stick for C up is you have to use the C stick for. But otherwise, X, Y, and Z or Z. These buttons are the item buttons. So C left, down, and right. Okay, I just did something cool there. So you might have heard you heard just like now the sound of a bunch of Skulltulas dying all at once. That's because I did a backflip there to bomb. So there's a coordinate plane, a 3-dimensional coordinate plane in this game, and so the point 0, 0, 0 is where the game just kind of keeps all the unloaded actors, such as Skulltula tokens that are such as gold Skulltulas that are currently off screen, that are too far away from Link to currently be loaded. So it just kind of stashes them away at 0, 0, 0, which just happens to be right there. So if you bomb it, their hitbox is still there, and you can hit it with the bomb. So we killed them all. So this one's gonna be this one is too close, so it wouldn't die from 0, 0, 0. So that's why I threw a bomb over there. But this one over here was far enough away that it was at 0, 0, 0, and we killed it with that bomb. So pretty neat. It's just to go fast. Like we could have easily just like bomb shoot those and like killed them regularly, but that's slow. We're just gonna do some cool jumps here to show off. There's no real need. You can go faster if you don't do all those jumps, but it's consistent and it's fun. Okay, here's the heart piece. Okay, we got the song First Try, which is huge. Especially Serenade. I always forget that one. Okay. So, Child 2, if you ever watched the Ocarina of Time speedrun stream, or I guess if you haven't, I can let you know that Child 2 is kind of the chat's kind of favorite part of the run because this is where the most randomness occurs, and it's like playing a slot machine. It's like just kind of exciting. So the first part is fishing, which we're about to head into right now. So we have to catch 2 different fish in the fishing pond in order to get both rewards, a child and adult reward. So the gold scale and a heart piece. But the fish are super fickle, and there's a decent amount of this like randomness to it of if they're gonna bite and if they're gonna let go. Just trying to kill a little time there because if you go in too early, the fish get weird, even weirder. This is the fish I want. I'm gonna try reeling it in from way downtown. I was trying to get rid of the other fish. I normally try to normally the strategy is to kind of lure the fish close to you so that they bite close to you, so you don't have to like spend all this time playing tug of war with the fish. That's good because it's faster, but also because every few seconds, like every 128 frames, the fish has a chance to randomly let go, like it just did. Oof. All right, so this is a human error, but also Sad. Okay, so now we kind of just have to wait. We could leave and re-enter if we wanted to. So the other fish just got scared because there was too much action happening. The other fish will come back in like 10 seconds or so. But the fish that lets go never comes back. It's just gone for all eternity. So this is fine because there's 2 different fish you can catch for the first fish. Right, you can see they're coming back now. But for the second fish, if it lets go, there's no way to get around that. Okay, okay, so we're gonna get rid of that fish, and then this fish is not biting. So, who are you? Get out of here. No, what is this other fish doing? Get out of, I don't want this other one. I want the big one. Please, big one. Did they both just get scared away? Okay, they didn't get scared away, but they did leave. So we're just gonna, fishing is not about the fish you catch, it's about the journey. Why are there so many fish who are interested? Okay, that one left, that's good. Okay, please, big one, please. They both leave. Infuriating. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get rid of the other fish. Okay. This is dumb. I'm not doing this. It worked, I guess. Go away. Okay. Time just leeches away. Very sad.
Money for charity.
Yeah. Just farming the dollars. Okay, please. Just bite. Rude. Absolutely ridiculous. No manners on this guy. Yeah, we're getting excited. We caught a fish. That was an easy one. The thing with this game, is I definitely made a mistake there. I definitely didn't do it exactly the right way, but I also got unlucky, and then it really just compounded on itself. So this game is pretty punishing. Just random things or very small, seemingly small things can lose insane amounts of time. Okay, so this is the other fish, the Big Daddy. Please. Amazing.
Yeah, there we go. That one went much quicker.
Yeah, the second fish was solid. I'm happy with the second fish, but I can't think about the first fish right now. Oh my god. I almost did it again. Gotta give the fishing rod back. Okay, well, let's just all put that out of our minds. Let's just all take a deep breath. That's over now. We'll walk. Okay, we're gonna do RB again. guess that we need both of those things. So RBS Child, once you have bombs, is really simple. You just need a bomb, some bugs, and a flat surface. Okay, now you're 29 bomb shoes again. Huge for us. I missed. That's fine, we'll swim. Okay, well, now we're moving on to Zora's Domain and Zora's Fountain. We're about 10 or 15 minutes away from the Dampe the Gravedigger heart piece. Okay, which is the most random heart piece in the game. It's very exciting. I don't know why I'm trying to quick swap that. We do a thing called flame storage. So we put our stick away like right next to the fire there, so that when our stick went into our pocket, like it was like touching the fire. So the next time we pull it out, it like still like has like some fire vibes on it, and it stays lit. Or I guess it immediately relights. We're in the water, so we can't turn as well. So we have to stop it here. So we has there, but once you go in the water, like, it turns into like a west. It's kind of confusing, I don't really know, but you can't turn anymore. You can, but like barely. So if you hess like beautifully and steer perfectly, you can like hess all the way up here. It's pretty cool.
Oh, you pulled your helpful ice sign.
Oh yeah, well we don't need it anymore. We're done with that. Okay. All right. Stupid. We are on our way. We have to get this one last Skulltula, and then we're gonna head over to Gorn City, and then we'll head to Kakariko for Dampe. These are not 3 crypts. Okay. Getting close to like the halfway point. Those will pick up significantly That's a little embarrassing. Okay, so I need to hover over this gap here. It's like really precise. A bit annoying. Okay, so and now we have less time. So your time in the hot zone is based on your amount of health remaining. It's like 8 seconds per heart, I believe. Oh. Okay, the all gas from our audience member. I don't think we can do it. So we took too much damage, sadly, because I let go of up left. Yeah, because I did something a little dumb, and now we have to go get more health so we can have enough time to get into the fairy fountain before we die. So we have to create a fun detour over here to Temple of Time. I'm going to play the lullaby for the Gotham Stones, which will spawn a fairy, which will refill our health. Like I said, I know all of the backups, so that's really why, you know, something you'll see here is what happens when you just really mess up. When you really did a big oopsie, what's gonna happen? You don't get to see this every day and watching the ZFG. You're gonna get this from the mid-tier speedrunners. Time-wise. I think that's G. So you see how I'm like shuffling my feet? I'm trying, like, if you just backflip normally, then you won't have enough. What the heck? Okay, so I actually don't even know what happened there. I was like really close to the wall after my second hover, for whatever reason. Okay, my first hover is kind of low. I'm just gonna focus. Start with a second frame hover. We're so close. Oh boy. Alright.
There we go. You got it.
Woo! Alright. Okay, now the fair present. Okay, I'm gonna turn around and look this way because my eyes hurt if I look at the screen, so I'm just gonna look at anything else. Look that way for at least 20 seconds, but I'm still here with all of you. So this will give us double magic. Another useful thing for Adult 2. Right. So Child 2 is all about getting all the useful things for Adult 2, just like Child 1 was getting all the, well, it's pretty much just getting to Adult 1, but getting the most crucial stuff. Right. And then Child 3 will kind of be cleaning up the rest of whatever we missed. That's not really useful for anything. All right, let's clock back in. Okay, still fine. used a lot of bomb shoes there. I didn't even think about that, the effect on our bomb shoot count. That's failing so many times it's gonna have. It's fine. We have near infinite bomb shoes at this point of the run. Okay, we're through the hardest part of Child 2. Bummer didn't take so long, but that's okay. I said earlier that we might PB, but just like, forget I said that. Just ignore that. It's probably, I have no idea how fast we're going, which is a godsend, because I don't really want to. But that's not what I wanted. I missed. It's not good to miss. I missed again. I went in, but I'm not sure it's gonna land on the right. That should be fine. Yeah, I accidentally was still holding target when I went to roll, and so I jump slashed instead, and then I got thrown off. And I was almost able to save it. I still had the Goron, but it's going to give us the bomb bag. But I missed the pot. Okay. So you might have noticed we got the bombs, right? And then we got the 40 bomb bag. We never got the 30 bomb bag. It's because of RBA, so we already had. So we can kind of skip upgrades. We can skip the middle upgrades as long as we get the like newest, bestest one from source. So. Okay, almost clipped out of bounds there. Oh, I did clip out of bounds there.
Is that not desirable at this point?
It is not. We're not trying to clip out of bounds. Okay, no, not now, Darunia. I've never talked to you before. I don't know how long you talk for. A while, I guess. Okay, thanks.
At least that wasn't one where he does his dance.
Yeah. Alright, let's try again. That's fine. Dumb. We'll try one more time. There we go. Okay. If you're going fast enough, you can kind of squeeze through the gaps in the rocks. I'm trying to preserve my boundaries here because we only have 4. Which may or may not be wise. Alright. Oh my god. It's not wise, it's not wise. This is good enough. We made it. It's tough up here on this stage. Got a lot of lights and whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like midnight. But we're fine. We got through it. And we're all the better for it. Or none the worse.
Either one.
I missed that. Oh my god. We're gonna RBA bomb trees really soon. Okay. Here we're going to RBA Kojiro again. So like I said, Kojiro modifies Quiver and the Bomb Bag. Right? So it's important that we have a glitched Quiver for a trick we're going to do at the end of Adult 2. So that's what this is for. I'm kind of using a lot of bombs, so I don't like that. Whatever I wanted to use here was 0, and I've used 8. So I do need to be really stop doing that. I probably should just bid the bullet and RB'd the bomb shoes again earlier, but it's fine. Where am I? So, Dampé only appears in Kakariko Village in the early evening, so it's important that, wrong. That we get here before it gets too late. So that's why I play the Sun Song here instead of up by the Skulltula. Okay, I'm gonna do some different equips here. All right, so we're gonna quit the Poe here. I'm just going to RBA again. I should have done this earlier, but an important part of speedrunning and also life is to not be too proud to do a thing you should have done earlier. But it's still best to do it soon. It's still best to do it, even if you should have done it earlier. Ultimately, that's in the past. Can't change that. I was thinking I could do you can also kill this Skulltula, we just barely didn't have enough. Come on. There we go. Okay, I got the roof guy, the heart piece from roof guy. Off to the graveyard. Okay, not a pretty child 2 seconds, but we are at the best part of the run, which is Dampé. So we can lose a significant amount of time if the Gravedigger Dampé is not kind to us. So let me explain how it works. So I said it was random. So basically there is a heart piece that you need to get Dampé to dig up from you from one of these dirt patches. And so the way it works is that just every time Dampé digs, he has a 10% chance to dig up a heart piece, and a 90% chance to dig up something else. Right, so this time we got a blue rupee, which is not a heart piece, so we'll have to try again. And we have to keep trying until we get a heart piece. What did I just do? That's not what I wanted to press. Wait, is it? Oh my god. What just happened? You know, that's not good. Now we don't have bugs. Okay, we can get bugs, though. They're in the graveyard, so we're fine. I don't know what happened.
You drank something.
We drank our empty bottle. It's like something weird happened. Wait to get him before he leaves. Hopefully he's still on the patch. Cool, 1 rupee. Solid. Not only we drink the Po here, but I want to RB8 bomb shoes still, so we're gonna wait.
How much of an issue is money at this point? Like if he takes 6 tries to get it.
If he doesn't give it to you soon enough, and if he digs up not good rupees, then it is an issue. But there is a way. Okay, 3rd try is also very good. That's exciting. Good job. We did good on this. This is a great split. We're playing very well. Get in there. So you can kind of mitigate the money issue because in the later tries, basically you're just gonna like go inside and outside the grave like over and over again, because to like respawn Nepe at the first grave, at the first dirt patch until he gives it to you. And when you're doing that, the grave next to the grave you're gonna use to do that contains a blue rupee. So every time you do that, you can get 5 rupees. So it's usually not a big deal, even if it's pretty slow, even if it takes a while to get the whatever.
And now we need more bugs.
Yeah, now we need bugs. There are bugs here. Okay, I'm gonna drink a Po, because we need this bottle to be empty, and we don't need to RBA any more bounties. And now we're gonna equip a sword, and the dangerous part of the Child 2 is over. Okay. So another bad thing about our fishing taking so long is that, so at the very beginning of the run, in Child 1, right, we came to Agrika Village, and we kind of dove into the bottom of the well, ignoring the water. And we did that by talking to Navi. We could do that again, except for Navi only wants to talk to you sometimes, and she wanted to talk to us in fishing, but it took so long that we ignored her for so long that she just like, oh, we're missing a Skulltula. Alright, someone figure out which Skulltula we're missing. I got the Java wrong warp. What other things did I miss? I'll have to think about that. Yeah, because we only had 49 Skulltulas. We're supposed to have 50. Which ones could I have missed? Huh, that's annoying. We'll have to think about that. Someone work on that. Where's Alex? Gamer bro, can you message Alex and tell him we're missing a Skulltula and he needs to find it for us?
Thumbs up from the audience.
Thanks. Okay, so we have to do another trick to get to the bottom of the well.
Is it too deep to dive even with gold scale?
I think so, yeah. I've never tried though, but I would imagine yes, because it's pretty slow to do that thing we just did. I've got to re-equip the cheese. That's the end of Child 2. Gonna open up Discord, take a look at my notes, think about which skeletal that we could be missing. There are 50 of them, and we got 49. Our angle's wrong. No, we'll get the skeletal eventually, I promise. And this. Okay, so we have froze wind and a B button now. And froze wind is super cool because it lets you warp. Like you can set it anywhere. You can set it. So normally how froze wind works is you can set it in a dungeon, and then from anywhere in a dungeon you can warp to that point. The way froze wind works on your B button is it doesn't expect froze wind to be on your B button, so it doesn't. The game doesn't check that condition about the dungeon because it just like. The B button has its own separate kind of rules about where you can and can't use it, because it's supposed to be just for the sword. Right, so here we are able to use it in the overworld. So that's going to be really powerful. Nice, we got the flip again. At least that went well. Okay. We had the right number of heart pieces. That's good to know. So we got everything in Water Temple except we did not beat Morpho. Okay. Gonna do some cool stuff over here. Now we don't have the boss key, so how are we gonna get past the boss door? This is gonna be called a ground flip. We're gonna do a staircase hover and then kind of get pushed by a bomb as we're falling. So this is what it looks like. And we're high up. So, with Furrows B set now on our B button, we're able to use it as well in the boss room. Okay, so now that we have Furrows on our B button and we have all the stuff that we just got in Child 2 as well, we're going to be able to beat all the rest of the dungeons in Adult 2. So Adult 2 is the most kind of jam-packed part. It's like the most exciting part for me. We're going to go through all the rest of the dungeons, except for Ganon's Castle and Fire Temple, which will be in Adult 3. Let's start thinking about the Ghost Sculptulas that, and where we could have missed one. Alright, so Child 1, escape there are none. In the Chicken split, there's none. Lens of truth, there are how many Skulltulas in there? There's the there's that one. There's just the one we get, right? About the well, and then the two we get afterwards. So we want to press Furrow's Wind as soon as we step onto the blue warp. So I did that setup there, so I was like one step away, so I could kind of just take one step and then warp away. And so as the warp's taking us up, we're going to Furrow's Wind out, and then now we're here. Was it like the one in the graveyard or something? Like, was it something dumb? I mean, it was obviously something dumb, but like, how dumb? I don't know why it didn't work. Alright, that's annoying. Okay, so I think we got all of them above the well. Then we went to Zelda. We got the one there was one in Zelda, right? We got lots of pots. We got the tree in the field. Oh, we can't do the trick. I was trying to do another hook trick by doing a cool trick called token delay, but we're gonna have to get at this another way. Luckily, we can just kind of go over to the Scarecrow, and there's a Scarecrow song. We can play a Scarecrow song to get up to the fire arrows. We'll walk. I can't believe I played so many notes and I never got the Scarecrow song. God dang it. I'm gonna take a deep breath. Okay. The square attacks you every time without fail, except for this time, I guess. Alright, well, I'm really happy Like, you have to kill that Gwei because the Gwei is so relentless. Like, it'll come at you and knock you off the ladder every time. So I'm pretty happy that I was able to identify like the 1% of the time this run where I did not need to kill the Gwei. This grip sticks too. Okay, we're getting into our flow. Love Adult 2. Still can do a Hess, but that's not a... who cares? So we're gonna do like 3 or 4 dungeons back to back to back. But first we're gonna go and get a couple things. So we're gonna get the Big Po bottle, and we're gonna get Epona. Gonna rescue Epona. Getting Epona is not actually a part of 100% definition. You don't need to free Epona, but we need her for the Gerudo archery minigame. It's this way. Where are we? I keep trying to look at the minimap. The minimap sucks. The minimap is in no way based on the like reality of the geometry. Someone just like drew it. I assume. Pretty sure. Dang. What is going on? Okay, bring it ISG beforehand. Oh my god. Okay, we should sell ISG. We ran out of bombs. I have to go get more. Okay. We ran out of Skullfulas. Everything's going wrong.
It's going great. Backup strats. That was your whole deal.
So the backup strat is you have to go to Hyrule Field. Make sure you jump slash. With a stick, the only thing that breaks grass is the jump slash. And then we just like farm the bomb drops from this one passive grass. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. That's not true, but... Alright, so here we are. We got 2 bomb drops. That's pretty good. Should be enough to get us over the fence. Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, I guess just so we don't breeze past it. Why are you trying to get over that fence?
So, the way that rescuing opponent works is like you the game you race the skinny rancher. Like he takes over the ranch, you have to race him. to like win Epona, and then he doesn't give it. He doesn't hold up his end of the bargain. So then you just have to like jump over this fence with Epona. Okay. I need to really focus on the buttons I'm pressing. Hold on. Those weren't the buttons. That was not it either. Bear with me. The same thing happened in practice too, and then I practiced it, and it was fine. And here we are. So I remember 2 hours ago when this run was sweet. We're going so fast. I'm an idiot. I'll get another grass patch. I was trying to Hess because you can Hess through all the grass patches and then it's fast. But we're just going to assume that we've lost all function. Thanks, Poe. Okay, we did not get any more bombs, so I guess we're just gonna go with this. Wait, there's more over here. 4's enough. We can do it with 4. We're gonna try again with 4. We'll get it eventually. We're still distracted by the... Okay, I have a message. First temple start skull? Alright. Thanks, Alex. Alex found the skull. You know, that's one of the ones I've forgotten in the past. It's been so long since I forgot a skull. Actually, yeah, I mean, not really. Alright, you're seeing the sloppy truth behind speedruns here. That's how you do it.
There you go. Just needed to not be on your mind.
Yeah, no, seriously, the skull is like blocking me. Alright, when are we gonna get this far as Temple Skull?
And you just warp there, right? So when's the next time you have to warp somewhere?
Yeah, we can just warp there, kind of whenever. We'll probably do it. It's kind of, you can just kind of do it whenever, I guess. It's not a big deal. Hello? Hello? Okay, this next trick is kind of cool, and it's also kind of leisurely. So what we're gonna do is, the way to get the big Poe bottle is you're supposed to like hunt all 10 big Poes in Hyrule Field, and give them to this Poe demon, and they will give you the bottle. But we're just gonna catch one and give it to him 10 times. So the way this works is when you do a equip swap, basically it thinks you're equipping Din's Fire or whatever like it hovers over on the right. In this case, Din's Fire. But it equips actually whatever your cursor was last on, which in this case is bow. And when you equip something that's already equipped, right, it like swaps that. Right. So if I equip, right, if I would just regularly equip like Din's Fire over C left there, right, it would swap wherever Din's Fire is and the big Poe. Right, so what's happening here is it's doing it double, right? So when we're equip swapping, it thinks we're doing the Din's Fire, but when we're equipping the bow, it also knows that we can't have the bow and the fire arrows equipped. So it swaps both of them with the big Poe, giving us 2 big Poes. See, like that. So what we're doing is that, but double. Okay, so this is, so we came in here with 56 rupees. This was 3. Yeah, okay. So once we have 500 rupees, we'll have done 9, and then we'll just be able to give him the final big Poe. And after this, we're going to start our kind of dungeon rush, which I think you'll be shocked at how good I am considering, you know, I'm really, I don't know why I talk. We'll see. We'll see. I think it'll go well. I really have high confidence in my ability to do the dungeons really well. It's going to be cool. We're going to really turn a new leaf in this next segment. It goes so fast. So what happens there is it's like the first frame you unpause, like the Poe Demon won't take your, like the actors like won't interact with you in the same way. So you can't give the Poe Demon the Poe on the very first frame. You have to wait 1 frame after you unpause at least for him to be able to be eligible to receive the Poe. There's other things that behave in the same way too. That are like any like one that you talk to, like always becomes active on like the 2nd frame, which I think we use to do the quiver dupe later on. Okay, so that's the last equip swap for the dupes. So we've duped all of our big Poes, and now we're gonna give him this final one and get the bottle. And then we'll be on our way and we'll be off to the Dongo's Cavern. I don't have 2 bombs? Oh, I remember. Yeah, okay. Let's not bring that up. So whenever the next time we warp to someplace, we can just, we can actually probably do it in Adult 3. Might be the best place to do it. Because we already have the Ocarina and the long shot equipped. So, Chris, can you remind me at the beginning of Adult 3 to go to Forest Temple for the Skulltula?
I have written it down.
Amazing. Thanks. Yeah, huge thank you to all my community members who are here either virtually or physically, such as my brother, Chris, doing the commentary and the note-taking and the emotional support. And Gamer Bro, who is doing his own run of Ocarina of Time on Saturday that I'll be commentating. Right? He, he's given the emotional support, the slow and cheering presence here, given the hype, as well as my my friend and moderator of my channel, who is not here, but is watching and was the one who who discovered the missing Skulltula, and that is Alex. So, huge appreciation for all of you making my life livable, making this possible. All right, so we just set Furrow's Wind in Kakariko Village. And so earlier, right, when we beat Water Temple, right, we saw that oh, I forgot about this. I forgot I missed this in Adult 1. Alright, we're out of bombs. We can get more. We also have bomb trees if we need. Okay, that should be fine. Yeah, we have to equip our bomb trees here. But we can get 5 bombs before Kinidanga from the chest. Like I could also drop bombs. It's 50% for lower bongos. No, it's definitely lower actually. Okay, no bombs. Okay. We get to save some time here because we already got the Skulltula after the Jabberwock warp when the run was going well. I'll stop saying that. Alright. So we need 2 bombs for King Dodongo. Then we go to Shadow Temple, where there's another bomb pot we can get.
What happened there with the switch? Don't you usually need to like push something onto it?
Oh yeah, I just completely forgot. Yeah, so not only you push something onto it, but when you like talk to Navi about the keys, it like extends the duration so you can like move around. While the door is still like the timer is still ticking down, but it like starts later or something. It like overlaps, but like so like while the Navi text is on the screen, right? The timer is not ticking down, but you like the timer that says the door needs to close is not ticking down, but it's like overlaying with like the kind of cutscene of you kind of when you push down the switch. This is the best way I can explain it. Alright. So you notice we actually couldn't pick up the bomb flower because we don't have any strength upgrades. We haven't gotten any gauntlets. We haven't gotten the Goron bracelet. We'll get the gold gauntlets at the end of Adult 2. This is a very important wrong warp. Okay, So we're wrong warping directly into the Nocturne or Shadow cutscene. The reason we're doing this is because the trigger for the Nocturne or Shadow cutscene, in addition, we skip half the cutscene, so that's great. But the trigger for the Nocturne or Shadow cutscene is that it checks if we have the Forest Medallion, the Fire Medallion, and the Water Medallion. However, we want to use the Fire Temple. We want to wrong warp from there directly to Ganon's castle at the very end of the run. So if we're going to do that, we literally can't. We can never actually achieve, right, that check if we want to do that, which we do. So instead, we wrong warp into the cutscene so we can get the song without having to have the Fire Medallion. Because the Fire Medallion is like literally the last item we collect in this entire run. Okay, so now we're on to Shadow Temple. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to get the skeleton now because it's bothering me. I thought this would be faster, but it's actually not. Or I thought this would be just as fast, but then I didn't think about the equips, but we're already doing it. I just want to get it off my mind so I don't have to like adjust anything later on. So the skeleton that we forgot is this one. We long-shotted right up there, got the key, and just forgot the skeleton existed. Not the first time that's happened.
Crossing it off my list.
Thanks. Alright, we're back on track. The Darkness Cavern went well enough. We got the wrong warp, that's the important part. If you don't get the wrong warp, you just need to save before. I would have to reload that save and then also do a whole bunch of other stuff, because for us we're going to only be on the B button, which is kind of crucial, as I discussed. So we could do it, but it would be a pain. Alright. Can't believe I used the bomb here. That was so dumb. I didn't get the cool trick. Okay, we need this bomb to do this weird shot. Okay, we already messed up. Terrible. That's okay. We'll get the rupees. Okay, so we're gonna get more bombs in this pot up ahead. So it's annoying to have to worry about it so much during this run with the bomb count. I kind of brought it up by myself. I wasted a bunch in Chow 2. I didn't need to. Okay, so now we need to, the bomb shoot. Okay. I was practicing these cool, like, Hesses here, but we don't have bombs, so we're just gonna walk. It's fine. So you can use the jump justice to get a little bit of extra distance there. So the cool thing about this game is like each side hop is always exactly the same, so you can use it. So like for that clip I did at the very beginning of Shadow Temple, I like flipped through the gate. I like did a mega flip off of that sign, and I set that through the gate. Like there's a tiny little space between like the gate and like where it meets like the rest of the apparatus, like and the wall. And so if you hit that at just the right angle, at just the right speed, right, and it's super small, you can get through it without having to do the true spinner. So normally you have to like use the lens of truth, push the like spinny thing so like the gate opens. But we didn't do that, and it's because we did like 6 side hops and like 1 away, 7 side hops, a side roll. Right, so the movement allows us to be super precise in our movement. Okay, this one is something you just have to kind of line up with your eyeballs. It's kind of like the feel. Those are bombs. Dumb, I knew that would happen. Okay. Oh, so those crusher things, like, you can just like jump through them. So if they're about to crush you, you can just like jump through them and like land on top of them. There's an invisible platform there. There's an invisible target there you can see with the lens of truth. But I mostly know where it is. Okay. Don't know if this is wise. I'm like trying to equip Froze Wind. I have it on my B button. Okay, so we need 1 bomb, 2 bombs, 1 bomb, 1 bomb. Okay, we have bomb from this point. Annoying. Oh, I have broken stick. Oh, I don't want to have broken stick. Alright, now we're gonna ride this boat. Okay, so you're about to witness a fun thing about this boat in just a second.
I see it carries you away in the cutscene. I was going to ask if you could, like, if you real quick, like, start the boat and get the skull as you're moving.
Yeah, you can't. But in a different route that we were developing for SRM back in the early days of that, there was we'd like play Froze Wind right after we played the lullaby, so it like kind of overlapped, and then like the end of the Froze Wind cutscene gave you control before, so you could like move earlier, but I think you still couldn't get to hitch up the token. Also, like if you stand at the very top there, the Stalfers like can't hit you, and they'll just kind of strafe around you until like literally off of the boat and die. So the Stalfos here are much less threatening than the Stalfos fights in Forest Temple. I think I messed it up. This is really bad. That's even worse. Why did I do this? Give me a second to think. I did another oops. So this is what's going to happen. I'll let you see for yourself. I'm going to avoid out here, and then... Oh, we're going to avoid back... Okay, I thought we were going to avoid go somewhere else. Okay, well, we can at least get out of this temple. We're going to need to find a bomb. Okay, it's not that bad. Like, I forgot I can just, like, shoot these guys. You can just do it the normal way. I, like, completely forgot. Okay. So, how's everyone doing? There's extra magic there, but I'm pretty sure somehow we didn't use any extra magic. No, dude. I have to go get the boss key now. We messed this up. Oh, man. We can get the boss key. It's fine. Can we? Yeah, it sucks being so low on bombs. Alright, I'm gonna go. We'll just do this. This brings us here. So first one again. I need to get Din's Fire.
There we go. That seems like a perfectly reasonable backup.
Yeah. I'm just like getting like really annoyed, and so and also yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things playing against me right now, so I'm just gotta get out of stay in my head. We could actually take this girlfriend back. We're already basically there. Where am I? This way, right? I usually go backwards like this, so I don't actually know where to go. All right, we are getting out of Shadow Temple if it's the last thing I do before my 5 hours are up. I was setting up for the boss key skip, but we're out of bombs. And we have the boss key.
Looks like you still only have the glitched quiver for your arrows.
Yes, we won't get the. We'll upgrade our quiver after Spirit Temple. So we're in Shadow, then we go DQ, then Spirit, then we go to Garuda Fortress. Sorry, I'm just like resting my eyes because they're very strained. I'm not despondent. Not too despondent. I guess we don't need to save yet. Okay. I to figure out where I'm gonna get bombs. I need 1 bomb. And then I get 40. Then we're done with fallen bombs. We never have to worry about bombs again. Oh my god. I can't believe I did this to myself. I'm so upset. But it's okay. Here we are. At Pace 2022, raising money for urban arts. And boy, am I raising money.
Yep.
For those of you who missed it, my brother Chris is going to donate for $1 for every 1 minute this run takes me. So I am just sandbagging on purpose, clearly, to increase the funding. There aren't any bomb pots. I'm gonna need to go. No.
Do they sell them if you open the shop?
So the problem is, I need to get into the shop. I guess I could talk to the technically going to open the shop takes 2 minutes, so I want to clip into the shop, but I need a bomb. No, that's not what I was going for. Like I just need to farm grass. But I need ISG in order to do that efficiently. I'm just gonna go to the down here. This is gonna be terrible, but we're already terrible, so it's fine. So this is the best place I can think of to farm the grass. Is over here. We need just 1 bomb, but I messed it up. There are many mistakes I've made. I said I was king of backups, but here we are. I just got like 15 bombs. So that'll do. Embarrass my backup performance. Let's go the wrong way. Okay, so we're gonna clip into the Goron shop. So we're gonna target, might do a side roll to get an angle, turn 90 degrees, drop the bomb, turn another 90 degrees, and then hold shield. And the bomb pushes us into the shop. Okay. So we're back on track. Now we're unstoppable. Look at all the bombs we have. I've never had more bombs in my whole life. So I don't see any obstacles left. Nothing can stop us. So we're doing Deku Tree and then we're doing Spirit Temple. And so if anyone's familiar with this game, you might be thinking, I wonder how I'm going to get to Spirit Temple from the Deku Tree. It seems kind of far away, and we don't have the Requiem Spirit yet. So, put your guesses in now. Make your wagers. My eyes literally cannot focus. There we go. So that's where I get into the DK tree as adult. Just kind of scoot right in there. So as an adult, the DK tree is dead. You're not supposed to be able to get inside. Just like Jabu. I assume Jabu dies. I don't know. But here we are. They don't remove the loading zone. That's why would they? They just make it inaccessible to the casual player, to anyone who's not out of their minds on speed. So one thing I'm currently keeping an eye on, as I always do, is my stick count. Gotta keep an eye on those items. Okay. So DK is just my favorite dungeon, so I'm just gonna do it really well because it's fun. And then Spirit Temple too, it's fun. So far so good. We got the DQ house, easy, easy. So there's a text box I'm trying to avoid in front of that door. So if you get in front of the door, like this is the first dungeon, so now he's like, hey, listen, like there's a door, this is how you open it. But I know how to open a door, so so you have to get the skip twice. So I got it the first time. You have to press A as soon as you land there, and Navi won't be able to have time to give you the hint because you open the door immediately. But we missed it. Just like it's like a fun little side quest. Doesn't really matter that much. I mean, it's a couple seconds. Yeah, here are the two sculptors who are pretty close together. Not quite as close together as the ones in Jabu. Okay. So here's a crawl space that's in our way. So we're going to kind of like hover like on the outside of it. What just happened? Okay, my bad. My mind is mush. I knew that was wrong. So we have to target this wall, and then we're kind of gonna roll into this corner. Roll, side hop, aim straight up. Line up with this kind of like piece of the torch. Turn around, target, walk to the left. I'm supposed to. I'm like doing that. I'm gonna pause more for this because I shouldn't be failing this. I'm just like, I don't know. All right. You have to drop it at the same frame you backflip, and I'm just like out of it. Okay. So yeah, you kind of like touch down there, and then like kind of hover across. It's a very fun trick. Pretty sleek. Okay. The next one we're gonna do. So this is the last sculpture we need to get, and then we just need to beat the boss. So we're actually gonna do another kind of boss key. There's no boss key, but what we're gonna do is we're going to like go directly to the loading zone, kind of like we did in Forest Temple, and so from here we can actually reach the loading zone, which is kind of below us somewhere. So we're gonna do that. We have to get ISG. So, okay, we're here. So whenever you can't pick something up, right? You try to pick something up, you can't, but you don't have, you'll be teleported to it. You kind of like try to pick it up, but you can't. It does a little animation. It actually teleports you to the grass, even if you're really far away. But it doesn't change your Y. It doesn't change your up and down. Does this look right? Yeah, okay, we're good. I'm not missing this frame. There we go. Okay, cool. We did it. That check's pretty hard. I'm glad we got it. Okay. So now we have to fight Goma. Goma's pretty easy. But if you don't do the fight perfectly, if she moves too far, if she moves at all, right, then the wrong warp's going to be a little more difficult. Because we won't be able to do the setup that we do. So we actually exactly one step away. Oh, what? I don't know what happened. That's so weird. Where is its eyeball? What is happening? Stop. Oh my god, I did it again. That time I saw myself doing it. Man, I missed it. Alright, whatever. This is fine. Goma's dead. We can do the wrong warp. We're going to warp into Spirit Temple. Do Spirit Temple. That's our last dungeon for now. Gonna save just in case. So we rolled into another cutscene. This time we rolled up into the Silver Gauntlets cutscene. The way that wrong warps actually work is like really complicated. But the gist of it is that you're trying to do two things at once and the game gets confused. Is the simplest way to explain it. Right, we're taking the Furrow's Wind, and so the way we set Furrow's Wind is going to determine kind of what happens when we kind of do it at the same time as the blue warp is going to take us up. And there's some weird values and stuff that's happening. And it's complicated and in depth, but oh, yeah, I had to quit. Oh, is the last of our kind of dungeon rush for Adult 2. So it's also super like nice that we warm up into the Silver Gauntlets cutscene, because then we're already up on the hands and we can get the Mirror Shield directly without having to go through the dungeon and like we can skip a whole bunch of stuff that way. Nope. We have to get the Requiem of Spirit. In practice, I forgot to get the Requiem of Spirit. So, Requiem of Spirit triggers. So when you like leave Spirit Temple, it's supposed to be you get it as. So basically, like you come here as adult, and you're basically not able to do anything. Like as far as like the game developers were concerned, like there's a crawl space on one side that you can't get through because you're too big, right? And there's a silver block, a big block that you cannot push without the silver gauntlets, so you're kind of stuck, so you just leave, and then Sheikah's like, you have to come back here as a child. But as you've seen, we can get around crawl spaces, and we can also get around, we'll see soon, we can also get around the silver block, so those barriers are nothing to us. But we still need to leave anyway, so we can get the song. Even though we can beat the dungeon immediately, you just need to leave to trigger this cutscene. And this is a cutscene you can't skip by dying, because it's like between loading zones. It's like as soon as you enter the area from that loading zone, as opposed to like entering a specific part of the map. So it's different in that way. So Super Slide is done when you shield damage at the same time you're trying to pick something up. So you actually are able to do it off of one of those flying pots as the damage source. I line up the bomb tree there with using CF. I just like eyeball it. It's the only thing that's worked for me. Can't believe that worked. Jesus Louises. I'm done. I'm over it. I'm stuck now. So you can do a weird shot, and then, like I said, the collision is always loaded. So there's like a wall with vines, or like a climbable wall there you can hook shot. Okay, and so what we're gonna do here is we're going to kind of duplicate this bomb box. Right, so this box always has bombs until you pick up the bombs, and then it stops dropping bombs. But the bombs don't go away, so you can kind of do this to keep duplicating this bomb drop over and over again. Alright, you know. Terrible. We'll take 2. Disaster, whatever. 22 is plenty bombs. You can get more we can get more later too. Like, bombs are pretty lenient at this point. So I actually packed like 3 different bags. I tried to bring everything I could possibly think of that I would possibly need to make sure I could do this run at pace. I got like snacks and like water and like hand sanitizer and like towels and like, you know, I got the works. But I've discovered a new thing that I wish I had, which is eye drops. My eyes hurt so much. And also bombs. I always wish I had bombs. Just kidding, we have bombs. So we're just gonna climb the statue. Nope. Yeah, there's like just some. They're like weird slopes and like shenanigans happening on the statue that make it really kind of awkward. But as long as you do the same thing every time, then you can climb up it and get to the top and kind of clip into the head here. And then we're gonna do this boss key skip. Okay, this worked. No. There we go. So the iron boots increases our like acceleration downward. It like pushes us down more during that kind of mega flip. So we're going to the right and we're going down. All right, so the combined forces of those two things kind of work in the same way as the kind of bomb push, like hover and bomb push thing. So we're like falling and being pushed. So here we're falling and being pushed kind of down and to the right, so that we can kind of clip through the door at speed here. Okay, so this fight, it's kind of cool. So I stood in a very particular spot. Like, she has like a blind spot, or where she can't really hit you, and at her kneecaps. Please move. Please get it. Please figure it out. Do you think she'll get it or no? It is looking unlikely. That's not good. Okay. That's gonna kill her. So that's never happened. I don't know. I didn't know what to do there. So you're supposed to be able to skip this cutscene. What I was trying to do was set her up so she was right against the wall, right? And so when you hookshot something that's like right up against the wall, you kind of like go through the wall. Like we saw it in Ice Cavern, and we saw it in Shadow Temple as well. We were able to clip through some stuff by just like hookshotting something like right next to it. And so that's what we were trying to do. We were going to drop a bomb. Right, we got her down to 1 hit, right? So she's going to die in 1 hit. Right, we did 9 power crouch stabs, which for 4 damage each, plus a 2 damage regular attack. So another 2 damage, she would have died. So we wouldn't really skip the little cutscene there, but it's not that big a deal. It's fine. Okay, here's Twin River. This is another source of randomness in the run. The Twin River twins in the first phase, they are pretty... when they decide to shoot is random, so you have to deflect 4 of these beams at them. So when one shoots, you have to deflect it and hit the other 4 different times. And like the frequency with which they shoot and move around is random. At this point, we're not really dealing with randomness because we are, like, this is a pretty low variance situation. So, just because there's randomness doesn't mean there's not skill involved in directing it. Alright, where's Woo! No! Okay. Just a little slow on the reaction there. So what I'm doing here is when you hookshot them, when you hookshot one of the witches, she'll kind of just spin in place to dodge the hookshot. Which you can use here to kind of, make sure that they don't move out of the way. So you can hit them with the beam, theoretically. All right, she's gonna shoot now. Come on. This is good luck, but bad skill. It's a skill issue. I think I'm dying. Well, she's all over my business. What the heck? Okay, that's 3, I think. Pretty sure. No, Patake, no. Please, move. Thank God. Dang. I thought I missed I was late on the first hit because I thought we already had our stick out, but we didn't. So basically, you have to take a new stick out and then swing it, so it's 2 presses of the button. Okay, I'm gonna look at something far away again. 20. 4 hours, 30 seconds. As far away as I can find. What are they talking about? What's going on? What are these ladies talking about?
How could we die? We were so young. I think it's something like that.
Yeah, they're arguing over which one is older and younger, and like how old they are, something like that. There's like some numbers in there you can see. But because they didn't have enough speed. Okay. That's annoying. Okay, try again. Okay. Cool, so this one's on a long rope. We're just going to warp back to where we set for Rose Wind. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, we forgot to do something. Alright, we're moving on along. Done with our temples for now. We need to equip this. Oh well, it's fine. So the really annoying thing about this area is these, there's a way that hit us, which is always rude, these lever guys, which are relentless. So we need to get this Skelta. Oh, this is actually bad. We get this Skelta here. I kind of missed my window, so they kind of spawn in like 5 waves of, like, 5 waves, and then they kind of take a break. I think it's 5 at least. So, kind of get stun locked here for a minute if we're too slow. Right. Okay. So next we're gonna go to the Haunted Wasteland. And then we're gonna go to Greater Fortress. Okay, bummer. So the way the Haunted Wasteland works is normally you would just kind of follow a POE that leads you through the safe path to the Wasteland. But we just kind of have to memorize the safe path and kind of go through it. It's particularly difficult on this. This facility is set up, so it's a little bit hard to see what's going on in the desert here. Down that way. Go by the peaks and valleys here. All right. I don't know what I'm doing. That's not what you do. Come back up here. No, you can't hold this. All right. So let's see. I'm just gonna think for a second. Sorry, I'm not like. I'm just like trying my best to get through this. We're doing it. We're doing it together. I wish it could be more entertaining or give some more insight. It's tough out here.
We're doing good. We're doing great for what time it is.
Yes, it is late. It's really like, I thought, this is not what I thought, like I didn't think my eyeballs would be the issue. I thought so you can see there's like a box here. You can just barely see the outline here of the box. It's really tough to see. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder. It depends on a lot of things, like different variables. Okay. Okay, so we get caught. We're gonna get so we have to fight we have to free the carpenters and get the greater card. Okay. Then we will be at a break. Well, we'll get to a cutscene at the about 10 minutes. Anyone who's organizing this event is listening, by the way. This is definitely going overestimate. It's my bad. I think this will be. I think from the light hour cutscene will take an hour. So what time is it? Probably have like 5 hours and 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Not sure. Hard to say. So for the same audience, is there any way we could like turn off this giant projector? Or, like dim it? Why are you not dying? What? Oh, the jump slash doesn't work. You need a regular slash, I guess. I thought a jump slash would work. Alright, whatever. That's so bizarre. I never knew jump slash didn't work there. I'm learning so much. Okay, we have just our number 6. We actually even have one extra. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna fight these guards, and we're gonna try to stun lock them kind of in place. Okay, we got one. So if you run around them at the proper radius with your infinitely glowing, infinitely swinging stick, and they won't move, and you kind of keep hitting them until they die. So the reason we do in older routes used to use the Master Sword here, but we want to keep Fur's Win on a B button, so we have to use stick if we want to do that. So we can use this ISG strat to stunlock them instead of there's a different strat, like we kind of get them in the corner by the torch and kind of keep them there. But we can't do that, so this is a little trickier, but we'll get through it. The first one was pretty close. Like, it's like really easy, just really easy for them to escape. Okay. But they can't get too far, usually. That was a poor attempt to stunlock, but I always die eventually. At this point, a good Garuda fight versus a bad Garuda fight is like a 5 or 10 second difference. It's pretty minuscule in the grand scheme of things, so I'm not stressing too hard about it. Okay, so there's 4 carpenters in total. We just got 2, so we got 2 more before we get the Garuda card. So we needed to be night here because we needed to get that gold skeleton that always spawns at night. But another bonus effect of it being nighttime is that the guard's vision radius for catching you is smaller. So because they can't see as well at night, much like myself. Like that, roughly. We didn't get it wasn't like a perfect stun lock, but it was pretty good. Pretty fast. So here, we get XG by talking to these people, so anything that like interrupts your crouch stab at the right time will work, so there's a lot of things we can use. Picking up an item. Talking to a person. Okay, that's the last one. So, is this the last one? Yeah. Okay. So, one like interesting thing that I can share with you about this game is that my words are so hard these days. So you can kind of see that the leader of the Gerudo here, the Gerudo chieftain, I don't know what her title is actually, but she's in charge. Her like getup is actually blue. Her getup actually matches like Link's tunic. Okay, so we got the Gerudo card. So you can see she's wearing blue because we're wearing blue. A weird like thing about that too is if you drop a bomb, like it will flash, like she'll flash like a bomb will flash. It's like really weird. I don't know if they put that there intentionally or it's just like another weird thing where it's like inheriting something else's properties. Not sure. I'm gonna take a wide path because there's like a Navi trigger in the middle of the room, but not on the sides. Like. There we go. I don't even know what happened there. We can use all these bombs. We don't need any more. I'm like 99% confident we don't need any more bombs. So we're gonna save this one just in case. There's another heads we can do. It's not as important as this one, but... And then we can RBA more, so that's fine. I think I was supposed to equip this at some point. Oh, I guess now. Sure, let's equip this. So remember that every minute that I lose is another $1 towards the Urban Arts Foundation to help fund their programs so Urban Arts. I was talking to Milo, one of the kind of owners and of GSA and organizers of this event about it. So they've been working together. GSA and Urban Arts have been working together since for about 2 years now. Urban Arts is so what they do is they kind of run this after-school extracurricular program for high school students in I don't know what the right phrasing is, like underserved communities, low income, with less privilege, to learn about computer programming and game development. Yeah. They're based out of New York, and so they're doing that work. And we here at GSA. Oh, right. Okay, so we're just gonna check out something's off here. I think we need to check this real quick. Okay, I'm gonna be on my way. Yeah, so Urban Arts is doing good work as I understand it. So every minute I lose is $1 that my brother's donating, and $1 maybe you should consider donating as well, just if you have a chance. It's like, why not? Okay. So what we're doing right now is the quiver dupe.
I have written down in my notes, quiver dupe leads to bombs.
Yes. So I was saying that earlier, right? We're gonna RBA some bombs here. Okay, so what we just did there is we're gonna get the quiver upgrade twice. We're gonna get the same quiver upgrade twice, right? So we went up to 40 with the first quiver upgrade, but we only had it. So the reason we got the spooky mask after we won after we were supposed to win the quiver, right? The reason there was an invisible chest behind the Gerudo lady that we opened for the spooky mask. It's because we had a glitch quiver, which is way back to Trial 2 when we RBA'd Kojiro. So when you have a glitch quiver and you try to win a quiver upgrade, something like weird stuff happens. In this case, there's a secret chest with a Suki mask in it. Other things happen at the Kakariko archery, but then we RB Kujiro again to unglitch our quiver. We'll talk about it during the light out cutscene. Right. So we unglitch our quiver by RBing Kujiro, and then like we're due for quiver upgrade, basically. So as soon as the archery actor comes on to the screen, as soon as it's loaded onto the screen, it's going to give us the quiver, right? And then the frame after that, it's going to set the flag that says, okay, they've earned the quiver, like remove this, they can no longer earn the quiver. So by setting ourselves up in a very particular way so that the archery lady is only on the screen for exactly one frame, we're able to then exit and then reload the area, and then we still have that quiver upgrade available to earn. So we got both quiver upgrades there. And now, something really, really interesting is going to happen. First is this is a 5-minute cutscene, so I get to take a break for my eyeballs and everything. But, so we saw early in the run, if you were around, right, we did this thing called Ball Adventure. So when we go backwards in time, so basically, a big part of the routing of this run is that really, we can do really powerful stuff when the bottle's on our B button. We can write stuff directly to memory, and we can control where that's written and what is written to a certain extent. Right? And so that lets us do really powerful stuff. So, and that let us get Furrow's Win on a B button, which we just got rid of now, and we put Bala back on a B button. Right? So right now we have a Bala on a B button, but the reason we were able to have Furrow's Win on it for this entire length is because we did Ball Adventure. We ended Adult 1 with a Ball on B button, and then in Child 2, right, we made sure that when we went forward in time, we had Rudo's letter on C right, which means that the item, that our B button as an adult, right, is going to be set based on whatever that C right item points to. Right. Because of how the game manages the inventory, and how B is different than the rest of the rest of the buttons, right? B is only supposed to have sword, so it has only one memory slot because it just assumes it's going to be sword that's equipped there. It doesn't have to like manage the inventory menu. Well, the C buttons do; they have two, but when there's a bottle there, it gets really confused, because it's missing that inventory slot. So instead it looks at it's missing that memory slot, so instead it looks at the C right, whatever's equipped on C right as that memory slot where it thinks it's supposed to look, but it's actually not the right thing. Right? The memory's off, like out of line. So if you didn't understand that, that's okay. But notice right here, right, there was just a flashback of when of Child Link, of Zelda and Child Link meeting as Zelda fled the castle, which we're actually going to see in the upcoming segment. We actually haven't gotten to that in our speedrun. But the important thing is that that cutscene counts as going backwards and forward in time, so we can activate Ball Adventure. Right, so we're now going to have a different item on our B button. Right, and if you remember, right, Rudo's letter pointed to our arrow count. That's why we had to have 13 arrows exactly. So now we just got 2 quiver upgrades. So we're going to max out, so we got 50 arrows right now. So now it's going to be set to whatever item number 50 is. So before item number 13 is Furrow's Wind, item number 50 is going to be what we get now. It's the highest item we could get with this kind of based on our arrow count. We can't have any higher arrow count really feasibly. So you're going to see we're going to have the Poacher's Saw. That's item number 50. So we're going to be able to skip a big portion of the adult trading quest and the spooky mask we got right from our weird secret chest at Gerudo Archery, is going to help us skip a big portion of the child trade quest as well. So we'll save a lot of time in the routing there. So it's pretty cool. it's really, I think it's really cool that the LiDAR cutscene kind of does all the same things as going back and forward in time to manage the inventory. They just use the same kind of functions. Even though, like, there's no need to, like, mess with your inventory necessarily, because it's just a cutscene. But it works, and now we have Ultrasaw. Alright, so a couple more things to finish up in level 2. We'll go to Child 3, and then we'll finish up with Adult 2, or Adult 3 at the very end. Adult 3 is pretty quick at the end. 20 or 30 minutes or so at the end. Probably closer to 20. We just have to, in Adult 3, we're basically done. We just got to finish up a couple things and then go beat Ganon. Okay, cool. So let's do some equips. We have this, and this, and this, I guess. I don't know. So we only need the Go Gauntlets to pick up this thing, but like most things, you can just kind of squeeze past it, and like squeeze around it on the side. Alright, we'll see if this is the right angle. There we go. Yeah, bombs are good. Alright. So, another thing you might or might not be aware of is that, so what happens here is like, this is to get to Ganon's castle, Ganon's tower, right? Once you get all the medallions, right, the 6 sages come together and build this rainbow bridge so you can go save the kingdom, beat Ganon's butt. But for the astute observer, you might remember that we actually don't have the fire medallion. But the bridge still spawns because the game actually assumes that if you have the shadow medallion, you have all the other 3 medallions because, right, I talked about the Nocturne cutscene and how that checks for the first 3 medallions. Right. So it only checks for Shadow and Spirit, and it just and maybe I don't know about light. It doesn't really matter about light. You always have light. So I doubt it checks for light, but the one time I use fire arrows. Oh. So we normally have heroes win on B, so we have to use it inside a dungeon. And the rest of Ganon's tower doesn't, like, you can't use it in. You have to do it only inside the main kind of tower area. So the barrier keeps you from entering, but actually it doesn't quite. It just kind of puts like a shallow fence around it so you can't walk in. But if you do a staircase tower, just like in Lon Lon Ranch, you can just get into it, get into the loading zone. You gotta take advantage of the game, not thinking that you can get that, like you can go up. Where am I? What's happening? I'm just hanging into, I'm thinking of just flipping into the wall. Alright, you know, whatever. Not a big deal. Okay, so we're at the end of Adult 3? No, Adult 2? About to enter Child 3. Child 3, like I said, is like kind of like we're running errands of the run. I'm supposed to do equips there. I need fish bottle on C right. I need Ocarina on C left and hookshot on C down. Okay, we can do it here. So whenever you reset with something weird on your B button, or whenever you die, for the most part, you get stick. Stick is item number 0, so... And it's pretty helpful in the Temple of Time, because you can use your sword in Temple of Time, but not most other items. Okay. Oh wait, I need to break this stick. That's fine. So that RBA is kind of unique because it actually doesn't do anything. Except for put bottle in B button. We're RBAing bottle. We're RBAing, wait. That RBA doesn't do anything in the sense that it doesn't actually change your inventory at all, right? We're taking the fish from bottle 3, dumping it out, and then using it to RBA bottle, which puts the fish in bottle 3. The reason it's useful is because we're going to use one last bottle adventure to get a different item in our B button in Adult 3, which is going to be a fun one. You'll have to wait and see. Keep the suspense as to what that item's going to be. It's going to be really hard for you to guess what the item that is. I think you probably won't get it unless you already know. My brain is mush. My eyes are bleeding. But we'll just be running. Okay, so Child 3 is kind of neutral, or it's kind of, you're just kind of getting stuff. All the stuff we didn't get in Child 1, Child 2, that we have to get as Child, we just come back as Child 3 so we can get it. So we're just collecting the last couple of Skulltulas and heart pieces to get us ready for the end game. So we have to finish the mask trading quest. All right, that's part of 100% is we have to, get the Mask of Truth and the mask trading quest. So we did Spooky Mask, then we'll do Bunny Hood. It's the last one before Mask of Truth. Whoa. Where'd the bridge go? So we're about to watch that cutscene that we flash back to in Adult 2, where we meet Zelda as she flees Hyrule. Or she flees to Castle at least. She probably stays in the kingdom. Okay, cool. So we gotta watch the cutscenes. It's really important to not get too unfocused during these cutscenes because it's really easy to forget to pick up the Ocarina of Time, which I've done several times in the past. So, yeah, this is just a cutscene. What's happening is pretty irrelevant to the speedrun. The important thing is that Zelda throws the Ocarina of Time into the water, and then we need to go get the Ocarina of Time. So the Ocarina of Time actually is no different than the regular fairy Ocarina. They are completely functionally identical. The one thing the Ocarina of Time does give us is that picking it up triggers the Song of Time cutscene. So we have to get the Ocarina of Time in order to get the Song of Time. Okay, so we're done getting bullied by that adult. We're gonna go get the Ocarina of Time, watch another cutscene, and get on with our lives. projector is so bright. There's like a 100-foot projector right like here, and it's so bright. My eyes hurt so much. Okay, so we're about to use the bunny hood for its secret function. So each of the masks, or most of the masks, I don't think the key mask does anything, have like a secret function where they like do something that like, it's just kind of like an Easter egg. Like the Stall Child, the skull mask? You know, I don't know the other one. I don't know what the other ones are. So normally during night in Hyrule Field, there would be a bunch of stall children spawning. The little like small skeleton guys. But the bunny hood, wearing the bunny hood actually prevents those guys from spawning. I don't know, it's just something they added. I guess they're afraid of, I don't know if there's any lore that like backs this up in any way, like as to why that would be the case. If you like, if Tektite is like, does the, like, attacks you there, like does the right movement there, then you can actually like get a super swim off the Tektite damage. But I've never done it. I thought it might work there, but it didn't. Okay. Where are we? Nope. Damn. I can't believe I thought we were fine. Alright, whatever. No. No. The tower day here is really important. Like, if we go fast enough, no. Whatever. I moved a tiny bit. I hope that doesn't matter. It shouldn't be that precise. That moving a tiny bit is gonna. Nah, we're fine. Okay, now we need this and this. So we equipped the bunny hood twice there, and then we just put a bottle over the second. So we gave one bunny hood to the postman, and then this second bunny hood. We wrote a bottle over. No, dude. We were gonna make the cycle. Maybe we still can. I don't know. It's pretty tight. The dance cycle is really tight here, but I got both the Hesses, so I thought we could maybe get it. It's gonna be close. It wasn't that close. Okay. Annoying. Look at that headset. Okay. Still solid. That's sad. I can't believe I did that. We have to... We have to go around. We like fell in the water. We weren't supposed to fall in the water. That was bad. There's like a sculpt flow we need down below. I was supposed to recoil off of the I was supposed to recoil off that ledge as we fell and like get down to the ledge where the cow and the burrito and the skull patch are. But instead what happened is I pulled out my sword early for no reason, and then I pressed the jump slash button way too early for no, like, and then I slashed, and then I just completely panicked. I had no idea what was happening at that point. So can I just kind of walk back around? It is not fast. I am upset. I don't know what that guy has been chasing me for so long. That like helicopter enemy has been after me. Okay, luckily we don't actually have to try the trick again. We can just jump down to the cow area. But oof, that is slow. But everything else went well. So I have to transfer the bugs from the from the bunny hood bottle to the real bottle before we get the mask of truth. Otherwise we lose our bugs. All right, we got this and we got this, and that's good enough. Okay, we're going back to Castletown. We're gonna do some mini games. This is not where we're supposed to go. I got ahead of myself. We're going to the Happy Mask Salesman. Right through the mini games, and then we'll go to the frogs. It's actually still a good amount of stuff we have to do in Child 3. So we get the mask. We do the mini games in the town. Then we're gonna go hit the Kukui Forest, and then Zora's Domain, and then go to Adult to Beat Ganon. Okay. game is very hard. So it's only the first of 2 slingshot upgrades. Okay, good. So this is another place where there's some randomness in the run. So we got the best luck. So there are like 5 or 6 prizes. I messed up. That you can get from Bombshy Bowling, and they're kind of randomly chosen. The first one is randomly chosen, and they cycle through in order. So the only thing we want is a heart piece, and we got the heart piece first try. So that's fast at least. That's a nice little bonus. Okay, we still have to play the treasure chest minigame, and we also need to deliver this dog to its rightful owner. Rightful's a strong word, but to its owner. To this woman who loves him. Thank you. I was trying to jump slash into the load trigger so I would have no momentum. Because you carry, like, depending on your speed that you enter a load trigger, it's going to determine how, like, your momentum coming out of it as well. So it's a little faster if you have no momentum, because you saw I kind of ran past the door and then I had to kind of circle back. That's like the tiniest thing, so it doesn't actually matter. But it's kind of feels nice if you get it. So when I came into this, I was like thinking like the themes I was gonna focus on my run were like speedrunning for like beginners, moderates, like anti-perfectionism, and now I think the new theme is just survival and like you just get through it. We'll just get through it. It's fine. This is not the right equips. It's this and this. All right. And we're struggling and surviving. So one way to get around, we did it a couple times as an adult. So adult, when you save in the overworld and then you reset, when you save and reset in a dungeon, it brings you to the beginning of the dungeon. But in the overworld, it takes you to your kind of spawn location. So for the adult, that's the Temple of Time. But as a child, it's your house in Kokiri Forest. So, which is good because it's not like really another convenient way to get here. Also, one like annoying thing about these bugs, they have a hitbox and they just like push me pretty far. So like, makes doing these RBAs a little like more annoying. Like it's still, there's one frame that always works, but if they didn't push you at all, there would be 2 frames that work. I'm pretty sure. So, okay. Luckily, we're the most bomb rich in this. Like, we're gonna RBA bombs again in like 0 seconds, and like, I don't know, like a minute. And we only see use like one bomb or 2 bombs between then. And I'm just gonna watch. I'm done. SRM. We're skipping it. That's so good. Some Skullfellas. Like I said, this is just cleanup duty. Just going around, getting the things we need to get. This'll work. Okay, so long ago, like one of the first things we RBA'd was in Adult 1, we RBA'd that egg, and that gave us the 20 stick upgrade. So now we only had to get one of the official stick upgrades, which we got there, which was now we have a full kind of stick inventory from source, so we're good on our stick count for 100%. Hopefully that other bugs gets in there. Yeah, good. We're not going very far.
Where'd the slingshot come from?
Thanks, Chris. The slingshot. So we have the fire arrows equipped. So when you have which you're not supposed to have as a child. So kind of like a lot of ways with like the slingshot and bow are kind of like equivalents like between the ages. So when you have a bow and arrow equipped as a child, it just acts exactly like slingshot. Left, up, left, right. All right. Everyone. Is everyone ready to jam? I'm gonna be here for another like 2 minutes at this minigame. I have to play 3 jams with these jammers. And I take notes on my laptop. There's a website I use, left, A, down, left, A, down. This next verse is fire. Ooh, hit him with the up. Nice. Nailed it. I'm just gonna talk to the owl. Well, I don't know what's wrong with me. I give up. We're talking to the owl. That's kind of cool. Like, we're at the current. There are about 25 minutes left. If things go well. I did play these songs for some frogs. I was gonna complain about how the frogs are assigned to the different songs, but I don't have it in me at the moment. Just know that I disagree with how they assign the songs to the frogs. Did I play the Song of Stones for these guys already?
I think you started with Song of Storms, yes.
I normally do, yeah, okay. Just checking. Okay, now for the Final Frog song. Hey, left, right, down, left, right, down. Jams, jams, jams. There we go. So Magic Beans is one of the items. One of the items that's required for 100%. We don't use it for anything, much like the Navy's Love or Ice Arrows, but you gotta get it. Normally I have to skip an owl here, but I messed up earlier, so it actually saved me some time here. Okay, last Skeletal and Child 3, then we go to Adults 3. Just have to beat Fire Temple and then Ganon. So should take about 20 minutes from here. Dreadfully overestimate. Hopefully we can finish. I'm sure I can finish. I mean, we didn't get kicked off, but I think hopefully it's fine. No one said anything to me, so we're gonna keep going.
The dirt patch by the bean salesman, does that not have a Skulltula, or do we get it already as I got on an earlier pass?
There was no dirt patch there. It's just like a. That's a different. I don't know. There's nothing there. Where? Whatever's by the salesman is just his paraphernalia. There's no bug patch there.
Okay.
I think it's just his tutorial patch or something. There's another thing I need equipped. Give me a second. No, it's not. It's bugs. These are the last bugs, so we can drop them. I've been trying to drop them not in the center because you don't want them to all dig immediately. Okay, that was actually perfect. All right, on to the last segment. We're almost there. We're so close. This is very reminiscent of my first ever run. I feel like we're in the 13th hour. It's only the 5th hour, but it feels like the 13th hour, and I just want to go to bed, and we're in Fire Temple. My eyes hurt. Actually, not in Fire Temple yet. Okay, so what are the bets? What did everyone think is going to be the item that we got on our B button from Ball Adventure? Because it's this one. Who guessed glitch item number 257, or whatever number it actually is? I think it's one of the glitch. It's one of the very high glitch, numbered glitch items. Each item is numbered, but all the items we actually use are not this high. So So you might think, why do we want this like glitchy mess? Like, what's gonna happen when we press the B button? And you'll see. We did this for a reason. This is calculated. No, what am I doing? I almost got the sword. I would have died. All right, here we go. All right. So you can kind of see it barely in our hand, but the Goron's putting it into his eyes now. So it turns out, for whatever reason, like at a certain point, like half of the glitch items or something, just like act the same as eye drops. They just like are eye drops for all intents and purposes. So we were able to give the big Goron this glitched item to soothe his aching eyes, which I would love right now. That'd be so nice. If I could have something to soothe my aching eyes. Stop. Okay, so we're getting the big Goron sword right now. So we need to wait 3 days. So, and the days, it counts a day every time it turns morning, every dawn. So every time you hear the cuckoo, it's a new day. So we've got one. So depending on what your dance cycle looks like, you have to play between 4 and 6 sun songs. So we played 4. Oh, we're gonna have to play 6. We've played 4 so far, so we have to do 2 more. I give up. We're playing the Bolero. Okay, we're on to Fire Temple. So what we're doing right now is, as soon as we get to this room, Darunia's going to be there and he's going to want to talk to us. But we don't want to talk to Darunia. That's slow. So we're trying to do this cutscene skip. So we just, as long as we don't look at Darunia, we can enter the room as long as we don't look at Darunia. What is wrong with me? What? We're gonna, I don't know what's gonna happen here actually. That was weird. So we didn't, we even if we don't talk to Darunia as soon as we enter, we still need to make sure that throughout the rest of our movement in this room, we're not looking at Darunia. We already talked to him once this run. Not trying to repeat that. Alright, we're on our way. Home stretch, baby. So another talkative fellow is all these Gorons. I was supposed to do another thing. We're just gonna have to freeform it. It's fine. There we go. I can't remember anything. Okay, fast. That was really good. If you don't go fast there, you go very slow. So if I just keep trying to go fast in 5-second spurts, maybe we can do it. Whoa. Words are so hard. God. Alright. So the reason we save fire jump for last is that so each kind of different dungeon has different kind of warp properties that kind of make it convenient for different things. So the Darkness Cavern and Fire Temple are two of the ones. There's one with the Deku Tree where you can do like really cool run warps. So there's a scarecrow there. We're gonna get to that guy later. We have to do this thing. So whatever. So we get a sculptor first. Dude. So anyway, we're in Fire Temple. Sorry, it's like I'm alive. We're doing it, and here we are. We are gonna do this cool jump. I wasn't it. I went too late. Whatever. We're just getting all the things, and then we're gonna beat the Raja. We're getting the Skulltooth first, and the hammer as well. So. Oh, where am I? Terrible. Where am I? I don't know which. I got lost. I like missed my jump. It's very odd. Alright, this is the wrong way. We have to go the other way. We've been this way. We want to go the other way. Just save and quit. I've done too many things weird. I want to make sure the wrong warp works. Perfect. Wait. How'd you get away? Okay, so the very end of the run, which we're about to enter into, is like the most difficult part of the run, for sure. It's got the two most intense tricks back to back at the very end. And then you fight Ganon. That doesn't matter. It's a victory lap, fight again. So we're gonna do the wrong warp from Fire Temple that we're doing. It's called 1080 wrong warp. You'll see why, because we're gonna spin around. Okay. And then we're gonna do collapse skip. So, show 100. That's not good. No one saw that. We can't go back. It's too late. We're ready over time. Jeez. There was one in the Spirit Temple.
Is there a way to get it something in turtle cycles, or is that just progression?
No, you just have to wait. You have to do. There's no way to get around the flight answer. You have to hook shot it 3 times and hit it 3 times. Even the big Goron sword doesn't do extra damage to the flight answer. Alright, here's where we get the hammer, then we fight for Vajra, then we do the wrong warp, then we do collapse skip, and then we win the game.
What situation is it that you kicked that chest?
There was a bottle in my hammer slot from when we RB'd Lens of Truth.
Okay.
We must kill Ganon. We'll get him. We're gonna save the kingdom. Gotta push through, then we can rest. This is not good. So what we were doing there is the Vajra actually has 2 different hitboxes. One of them is the one that flies around, and one is the little head that pops up. So we were able to hit the one that flies around from that little hole with bomb shoes. But we were able to do it pretty poorly, so we had to wait an extra cycle for Vajra to fly around. But we eventually got the 7 hits that we needed to finish off with the big Goron sword jump slash. Cool, now we're at the nitty gritty. I'll try to give this everything I got. No. I didn't save either. Oof. Okay. What we're gonna do is this. Okay? So don't even worry about this. We're just gonna do it again. We're just gonna redo that. I'm sorry, this is sad. Oh, here. I'm gonna show you the end of the run because it's cool and I want you to see it. And this is an exhibition run. My run is invalid anyway because I actually missed a Skelpa. So we're just gonna go ahead and boot up a save state back to where we were, and I'll show you how it's supposed to look because it's pretty cool. Okay, so nothing is different about this. It's just this is exactly how it works in the regular game. But it's just if I didn't just do that terrible thing. Terrible, terrible thing. So we're just gonna go ahead and show you what that's gonna look like. I'm so disappointed. But no. Here. Here we are. Right back to where we were. I don't know why this one has 99 skulls either. This one's, it's authentic. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we get Ocarina items on the edge of the warp. We're gonna hold up. Okay, do some very specific movement, do some twirly whirlies. That's not it either. This is how you talk to Darunia. We can try again. After we talk to Darunia, we had the boss key. I got ahead of myself. Okay, we're gonna go follow Darunia after that. I knew it looked wrong. Answer your backup strat. It's a little hard to see what's going on because there's a pillar here now, which goes away when you fight Vavagia. There we go. So you spin around. That's the wrong warp to Gaen's castle from Vavagia called 1080. We'll do collapse skip now. And I will leave you this masterpiece to savor. Perfect collapse skip. I was like doing it really fast because I was so mad. Just driven by fury. Okay, so a couple of things happened there. They're the two coolest tricks and the two hardest tricks at the end of the run. Sometimes they don't always go well, but this time, second try is third try is the charm. I don't know. We got there. So you warm up into Ganon's castle like in like a weird place, or not exactly like it's like kind of during collapse, kind of not during collapse. Like the timer's not started, so like because it didn't start like the way it normally does, because you kind of warm up into the middle of it, and it's kind of confused. So because of that, you're able to do this collapse skip where we do this, and these are the most precise hovers we do in the game. I was like, there were a lot of like subtle things I was doing with those hovers. To make sure that I got into the exact right position. There's a very, very small, range of like, there's like, everything needs to be exactly precise. You need to get the exact right height on every single hover, down to the 100th of a decimal place. Everything needs to be very precise and perfect, and then you can jump down from that room into the lower room, which is still loaded. The collision, like I said, but not the textures. Or not, yeah, so the loading zone's still there, so you can find the loading zone, and then the game's like, oh, well, you did collapse. So it pops you right at the end. And then you fight Ganon. That's fight Ganon.
Standing with the hammer. That's on purpose.
Yes. So we stored our with against Ganon, the Master Sword is the only weapon that's like super effective. Every other weapon has like 1 damage basically, but the Master Sword does normal damage. So we did a jump slash with the Master Sword to store our Master Sword damage, our Master Sword jump slash damage, and then the hammer, because we're doing a crouch stab, which just like takes whatever was used last, is effectively acting as Master Sword, jump slash. So we're coming up on time, like that matters. We're coming up on time.
Matters to me.
Thank you all for watching and your patience and your commitment. That's time right there. Ooh. All right. Oh my God. Thanks. All right. This happens all the time. I am so bad at estimating time. I was like, yeah, I can do this in 5 hours, and everything went wrong, and my eyeballs hurt, and I want to cry a little, but that's okay. Yeah, thanks for watching. I think, I don't know what happens next. Guess I'm just gonna keep staying here. I'm gonna leave soon to go to bed. I'm just waiting for someone to whisk me away. You got another great speedrun coming up with some people who have been waiting very patiently while I went drastically over time. So shout out to those guys, show them some love. Don't forget to donate to Urban Arts. I really maximized the amount that my brother's donating with this excessively slow run. He's donating $1 per minute, so that's like, according to my calculations, about $1 million that he's donating to the Urban Arts for those for that game developer and software engineering program for high school students. So consider, donating yourself, if you want to use that time I set as a benchmark, you can find all sorts of ways to donate tons of money with that number. So even if you just did a penny per second, per 10 minutes, it feels like still $1,000 based on my calculations. All right, thanks for watching. I must be done at this point. Someone must be up next. So you guys can watch the credits. I'm just gonna leave, I guess. No one's really, I don't know who's in charge, but please donate and thank you.